Ready.
Yeah.
Let's do
Hype.
this. Go live.
Viking hype.
You are live. Hi and welcome to Svartviken Rollspelspodd. This is the first time that we are playing in English. It's the first time for me ever to play a role-playing game in English, so that will be exciting and scary. We have a special guest with us today, as well as two of our regular members. So since we probably will have a different public, a different audience than usual, we will start to introduce ourselves. So my name is Christopher, and then we have Anna. You can wave and say hello.
Hello.
And then we have
Anna.
Moa.
Hello.
That is Moa. And then we have the very special guest, Amos.
Hello. Thank you for that introduction.
And they will be leading this session because we will play their game. So I will leave the word to you, and you can introduce yourself and the game.
So thank you very much. My name is Amos Persson, which is a very funny name to any English speaker. I know. I live with it every day. And I happen to be a indie roleplay designer, and I am also the chairperson for an LGBTQ organization here in Sweden called Queer Nerdarna, roughly translated to the Queer Nerds. And we're here today to play my game that I designed together with Peter Malmberg. That's called Blood Feud. So, are you excited?
Yes. We're excited.
Great. So I'm thinking this game does a good job of explaining what it's about when you start doing the setup, because the very first thing you do is you talk about what are your expectations about the game. And the very, very first part of that, because we're using a model that's called a CATS model, developed by a certain Patrick O'Leary, you could look it up if you find that interesting, is called talking. It's just talking about the concept of the game, the sea and the cats. So I'm going to just read to you aloud what the concept of this game is. This is a game about toxic masculinity. To those who have not heard the term before, it refers to certain common attitudes and behaviors among men that cause serious harm to them and to others around them. This is a game about people who are nasty to each other and about figuring out why. It's also a game about the Vikings of pre-Christian Scandinavia, about honor and blood feuds, about courage and brutality, about corruption and consequences. Above all, it is a game about what it means to be a man in such a world, and what consequences that has on the world around these men. All right. So I'll just continue on with this our whole little CATS model here and go into the next step, which is talking about what are we actually trying to do here as players. Oh, and the overarching goal of the game is to explore and experience toxic masculinity. Each one of us will take on the role of a man in a Viking society. We portray these men as we like, but when we perform certain behaviors, that will trigger a move, and that will cause a shift in honor. In this game, having honor is to have power. And in order to be powerful, we have to act in accordance to what is considered manly. So our aim here tonight is really to look at, okay, what is this toxic masculinity thing, and how can we understand it better? Does that seem clear so far?
Yep.
Pretty straightforward?
Yes.
Cool. Next bit is a little bit more interesting. The tone of the game. What kind of tone I do want to have for this game? And again, since it's easy for me to say because I've written this game and designed it, so I have a very clear tone in mind. And there is a tone in mind that you kind of want in order to make the game do what it's supposed to do. And we have a prompt here as well, so I'm going to go ahead and read that, and then we can talk a little bit about it. We should try to aim for something that captures the following description. a thoughtful drama about relationships, competition, and social consequences. Some genres to avoid are comedy, action, or pulp.
I feel that, Moa, this could be a hard thing for you.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I'll try my best. I'll stay away from comedy and action.
It's like, yeah.
I guess a certain kind of action, because like, you know, in this kind of theme, you would want some sort of action, just like maybe not the you know, sort of light-hearted action genre.
Yeah, I think it's all like kind of like, oh, I'm a buff superhero.
Yeah.
That's not maybe the feel we're going for here.
No. Yeah. But I do think that this drama and relationship is pretty much what we usually play in Svartviken. Otherwise, I think it could be a really good fit for us.
Yeah, I think so too.
There we go. That sounds great. It sounds like you're right on board. So now we have the final step of this very first Here Cats model. And that is the big and meaty one called safety and subject matter. And with this game, because we're talking about toxic masculinity, we do have to talk quite a bit about safety, right? So this is where we go through what are we going to do about our game to make sure that none of us end up feeling like, hey, what happened to this game wasn't quite okay. To us as players. So for example, there are two pretty central themes in this game that we need to relate to in some way. One of them is, as you mentioned, violence, like a bit of action, but it doesn't have to be like heroic action, but violence tends to be there. The other one is sexuality tends to be there in some way, shape, or form. And we're going to have to figure out how we as a group want to deal with these.
So we do that before, or do we want to use the safety system that you talked about with different cards?
I'm thinking we're going to do a bit of both. We're going to first start talking a little bit about like what are we comfortable with and what are we not. Like get a feel for each other's boundaries first. And then I can explain how the safety tool works. Because I think it's good for most people to actually know how these things operate, because many people haven't seen them before, I imagine.
Maybe you should share the screen then, Christopher, with the Miro board.
Yeah, perhaps it's time. So let's see. That one and share. And now hopefully people can see our board here.
So this is where we're going to put all of our chaos into little Moen. But right now, if you could scoot on over to the little traffic light on the left, that would be excellent. So the basic idea is we have access to these three blobs that I'm wiggling around right now. And they all have their own special meaning. If we want to signal that, we each have a copy of it by our own character sheet, and we're just wiggling it about in the middle of the map where everyone's looking. Kind of like that. And the green one means, yeah, continue. This is great. I enjoy what's happening in the scene. I want more action. More tears, please. Or these tears are my characters and not mine. I'm a LARPer. I'm a horrible human being. I love crying in front of other people. You know. Yellow means I want to stay at a point where these tears are mine and not... these tears are my characters and not mine. We're getting close to something I'm uncomfortable with. Maybe dial it down a bit. And the red one means we immediately stop the scene. And you don't have to explain why, but you can if you want to. So that's kind of like what we're doing during the game. What we need to do before the game is talk about what do we think could actually... What risks do we feel are... what kind of difficult topics do we think will happen in the game and where we do have boundaries about? Yeah. for example, if we're talking about sexuality?
Well, we haven't really had any sex or sexuality in our games up till now. So I think, for me at least, it's uncharted territory. So I don't think I'm not aware of my boundaries yet. So as of now, I'm up for anything, and that can and probably will change when we start to experiment with it.
That is very reasonable. I want to propose that most things that's actual sex happens off camera.
Yeah, that seems
We
reasonable.
make it clear it's going to happen, and then we fade to black.
Yeah, and I would also like to put in the mix that, like, I'm not really a fan of rape being used as sort of like obviously not in an interaction, but I always also don't like it being used as something described as NPCs having done or having. I just I don't want it in my escapism. So
or like a threat.
Exactly.
No rape
just
threats.
like not have it in this game at all. That would be nice.
Excellent. We're not even going to mention it. That's great.
I
These are
feel the
exactly
same. Yeah, like
Very reasonable.
sexual violence and rape is a bit could be a bit of a trigger. So it's just good to skip it all. Pretty much.
We'll keep it at more than a 10 feet distance at all times. But those are really important stuff to know.
Yeah, and I assume that like violence against children is usually something that could be a bit hard for some of us. So that could be don't explore it too much, at least.
Yeah.
Try to avoid it.
That's a dangerous topic that we should be careful about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm picking
Exactly.
up. Yeah. I seem fine with that. I'm going to be the asshole who asks this question because it needs to be asked. Where are boundaries on violence against women?
I'm probably fine with it if it's described as something that, this NPC did that back then. But I wouldn't want it, in the immediate presence in the scene, if that makes sense.
Not the action.
Yeah, I wouldn't want it to be part of the actual scene that we're playing, unless it's just like a recap of something that happened before.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
Unless I guess the woman is fighting back. It needs to be an equal footing violence for it to be
a fight,
fine.
not.
Not domestic abuse. I think that's it could be described far off screen, but maybe not in the scene.
Yeah. Yeah. That's very reasonable. And it's having all these down and knowing where all these lines are is why we need to talk about this. Because if we're talking about toxic masculinity, all of these topics are kind of around the area. They're nearby. It is easy to accidentally end up going for these. So having said that these are things that are difficult makes it a lot easier to understand when someone's flashing that yellow card in the middle. Okay, what am I backing down on?
Yeah, good point.
I'm really happy you mentioned that. For me, homophobia is the one that can be difficult. I'm fine with it, but if it becomes too much, I will flash the yellow circle. Because, that's the one I get experience of, right? But that one's good to know about.
So just avoid everything then.
Sounds a little bit like that. Just
But it feels also a lot of these topics, if you use them with respect, it feels easier to handle. I feel like the one thing you don't want to land in is sort of passing it off as a joke.
Yeah.
Agree.
So if we just handle them respectfully, I think we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. In my case, it's like people cracking homophobic jokes in the game. I would be fine with, like, if it's the characters doing it. But if I have to play like a long drawn out scene where I have my character personally has to deal with like homophobia and that happens again and again, it's like it's gonna be too much at some point.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I feel about violence against women. I can handle it, but not like too much. And I can handle like manly jokes about it, but like not a dragged out scene with details. Pretty much. Then I will start to flash yellow.
So it's like, be careful about the stuff that like the actual traumas people have in the group is basically what we've arrived at.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I'll give everyone a moment to think in case there's anything more we want to add. Well then, it sounds like we've talked about safety and subject matter. Oh, there's another note that children under the age of 15, this game has separate rules for men and women because we are talking about power differences between men and women. Children of the age of 15 are, as far as the game is concerned, children. They do not have specific rules. They do not trigger moves. They are not treated as either men or women. They're still important, but they don't have to be men or women. They're just children. Okay. So, if we introduce a child, or someone's, if someone has a son or something, we need to decide, is this person above 15 or not? If it's above 15, we use the rules for a man. If no, then rules for a child. Yeah. Are you feeling ready to play a game now we started with all of the heavy themes?
Yes.
Are you feeling all of that heavy nonsense? So at this point, we can actually start working on characters and getting to the place where all of this lovely goodness that we have on our screen is going to be filled out. Now, we cheated a little bit, and we already did names for our characters that you can see in these corners here, like Thorkel's corner, Arne, Harald, Steinar, and so on. And we've also named all of these places, which is, again, something you do a little later normally, but we did that off screen to make things go smoother. Next, we're going to do one of my favorite moments in this game. We're going to write down the player characters' names under relationships of all the other player characters on our character sheet, just so we have them available. And
what do we call Harald, Steinar, Arne, right?
Yeah. And Torkel.
And Torkel.
Torkel is me.
You are Torkel.
I am Torkel.
And I am Harald Hornbearer. Rawr.
I'm just the lucky one. I'll be the lucky.
Oh.
I don't know what kind of character I want to play. I'll just play lucky. Next, we are going to individually mark either with a pen tool or with a... I guess the pencil's easier. For each of these, we're going to mark either I look up to or I look down upon. And we're going to pick two that we look up to and one that we look down upon without telling the other players. And let everyone know when you're done with that.
Yes, I'm done.
Done.
I'm done.
I'm done. So now we start one by one, reading out who do we look up to. I can start. I look up to Harald and Torkel. So that means both Harald and Torkel, you get 1 honor point each.
Yay!
Yay.
And then we move over
But
to...
they are behind.
And
Oh, no, I'll fix that.
the
Is
honor
it
points
Green
are
in
those
front.
these red ones, right?
the red ones?
Yes.
I
Now
already
it's
feel like I'm
Arnold's.
triggered to like, I want to win this thing. I got a
I
marker.
yeah,
I want
yeah.
more.
Harald, it's now your turn to read which ones you look up to.
look up to Arni and Torkel.
I feel personally attacked.
As you should.
Yes, you should. Burned.
And then we move over to next person, Steinar.
Steinar looks up to Torkel and Arnie and look down upon Harald.
You gotta rub it in sometimes. And then we arrive at Torkel. Who do you look up to?
Yes, I look up to Steinar and Arnie, and I look down on Harald.
So it's 2 groups against each other here, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. We have a very interesting situation here. It's clear who has honor and who does not.
Yeah.
We're the cool
There you
group.
go. Welcome to Blood Feud.
Yeah, I'm a bit sad.
Yeah.
Next, we're going to move over to creating wants. So each and every one of our character has at the bottom of your character sheet something called a want. Your want is something you want from the person to your left or clockwise. So Arni wants something from Harald. Harald wants something from Steinar. And this has to be chosen from one of 2 lists, depending on if you look up to or look down upon the person you want something from.
Where is that list?
It's in
That
the rule
list
book.
is on page 10 of the rule book. I should have told you that before asking you to pick from it. I'm going to pick this thing.
Mhm.
Ooh, I think I know what I'm gonna choose. I think that I want, or I guess like it feels like a need to explain what happened.
I already picked that.
Did you already pick it? Oh no!
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's fine. I'll let you have it. I have so many
No, I can
opportunities
pick
to play
something
this
else.
game.
I can pick something else.
I have chosen I want to take revenge on Steinar.
Come on.
There you go. There you go.
You have done something that has made me angry.
You got to get that rage in there somewhere.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna pick to beg for forgiveness then.
That's a good one.
I want
Steinar.
And we have split this shock and horror slightly out of order because we're supposed to choose our traits before we choose our wants.
yeah.
So we will choose our traits now. You choose 4 or 5 traits from this like little check boxes on your character sheet. You have to pick 1 from each column. At least 1 from each column. This will do.
Since I am the skull splitter, it feels like I should have battle scars.
It does. It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Also, I'm getting some artistic performance anxiety over this squiggly line over here.
Ooh, perhaps I'm married to a woman, but I have no sexual interest in women.
Ooh.
That is a good one. That is a good one.
I also have a feeble child.
I feel like I'm also married to a woman.
Mm.
Was right.
Right.
But I feel like I also like you could have 5 traits, right?
You can absolutely have 5.
Because I also feel like I have several sexual relations.
That one's always good. That's good for drama. Someone somewhere will care.
I also have battle scars. I think that my face is burned and in a battle somewhere.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I'm probably playing a widower.
Oh.
Yeah, so I have an adult daughter. And once we've all picked our traits, we are going to get 1 honor per trait we picked from the left column. So I can start by reading up. I can start by reading up my traits. I have a beautiful daughter. That gives me 1 honor. And I own land. That gives me 1 honor. And then I have the other 2 things that do not give me honor, which is I fear death and I am an outlaw in hiding.
Let's see.
You should go next. Are you guys down, or should I go?
You can go.
Go.
Yeah. All right. Do you think maybe you could pan over my
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
when?
Here we go.
All right. So I am married to a woman. I guess that gives me honor, right?
Yep.
No?
That gives you an honor.
And I have battle scars.
Also gives you honor.
Yes. And I also have several sexual relations.
Another honor.
But I also have a feeble child. Not sure if it's from my marriage or like just something that happened along the way. And I also, despite my battle scars, or maybe because of them, I fear death.
I mean, it is pretty natural to fear death in general, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. Moa, I want to beg for forgiveness from Steinar, but I think you should have something to Arnie, right?
Oh, right.
Yes.
So
Maybe you want to beg forgiveness from me?
I want to
That
beg
could work.
forgiveness from you. I've wronged you somehow.
Yeah, I like how complicated this is going to get immediately. So at this point, we are ready to get started with this here juicy relationship map in the middle. The first thing we're going to do is name all of the locations, which we have already done.
Yeah,
There's
should
one.
We first, should we first go through Steinar and Harald's traits?
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Absolutely.
So you get no honor.
Personal attack.
Don't try to win this.
Should we start with Harald?
Yeah, sure. I am married to a woman. I have a strong son, and I own land. But
that sounds like 3 honor.
I have broken up with some of my relatives, and I am in considerable debt to someone. So
3 honors.
Yes.
Okay, so I am married to a woman, and I have battle scars. But these battle scars are not what they seem, because I am a coward, or so they say. But we will come to that later. I have no sexual interest in women. I have a feeble child. My only child is feeble. And I fear death. Sometime in the past, I was in a battle, and there was a fight. And I didn't want to die, so I fled. So, yeah, I'm a coward with battle scars.
Excellent.
And therefore, I want to gain Thorkel's respect because I think Thorkel was involved in this.
Oh, that sounds juicy. There we go. Apologies. Now we are ready for a relationship map. So all of these 4 yellow squares represent a relationship. It will have a name above it or below it, and either above or below or on the side, there will be a descriptor. Like, for example, we have Reykjafell, which is where gods are beseeched and sacrifices are made. We have Flatbacka, where laws are made and debts are settled. We have Husavellir, where adventures begin and farewells are said. And Midvik, where hard work is done and livelihoods are eked out. Now we're going to go over to people who own land, and we're each going to create our own little marker for our own little player character man. Hello, here's my player character man. And we are going to claim some of these locations as our farmsteads. Did we have anyone who... So which of us were landowners? My character was, and there was one more, I believe.
I am. Mine as well.
Yeah. Do you have a preference for any of these? And you feel like, yeah, this makes sense for my character?
I think Midvik or Flatbacka. So one of those two. But perhaps Midvik.
I think I'll take Husavellir. That sounds like a good one.
So then I write my name here.
Yeah. And you could put yourself in the top left corner to indicate that you're the one who owns the place. So we put people inside of the yellow box to signify that they live in this farmstead or in a village nearby or similar. Like, you live in this general vicinity. So we kind of have 4 locations that we move about. The next thing is the other locations that we have also need a landowner. So we need to make NPC men who are these landowners. And if we're being clever here, we can realize that someone has some relatives they're broken up with.
Yes.
Those could be landowners.
Oh, yes. I think it's fitting if it's the owners of like Flatbacka.
Yeah. I'm thinking of naming that person, I'm naming him Hogni.
Hogni, yes.
Yeah. It's a suitably memorable name. And then we need to name the man who owns Reykjafell.
Bjorn.
Excellent. I'm so gonna want to call him Bjarni all day.
Bjorn.
Yeah, Björn också bra. There we go. We have landowners. Congratulations. Those who have relationships to these men, it's a good idea to just draw a little line, for example, between Hogni and Harald, I believe.
Yeah, so just all over the board.
We're going to have to decide where... Oh, Harald is way down there. Yep.
Yeah.
That is fine. I think I'm going to move this there a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Something like that. And they are broken up relatives.
Yes.
Like that. Right. Next, we need to make sure that we create women characters. And a good place to start is normally those who have a sister or a mother or a wife from one of their traits. Like, for example, I have a beautiful daughter.
And I have a wife.
Yes. Wife.
I think my feeble child is a son, actually.
What did I do?
Yeah.
I made something weird.
What happened?
I don't know. I think I corrected it though.
That's good.
Are the women also supposed to be in the yellow boxes?
Yes. We need to know where the women live. And they need names, and then they have a special procedure that you do when you create a woman. Odil. That is a great name.
I'm gonna name my wife Refna.
And I will go with Eivor.
That is also a good one.
Helga. No.
That is a nice one.
Yeah. Helga.
So, we can start with Bodil to use that her as an example. I made this character, which means that the rest of you are going to be deciding upon her reputations. She's going to have 3 reputations, and those reputations are all based on what your men, or men in general, think of her. So each of you take turn to pick one. Normally you go in an order. If you're sitting on a table, you will have a note and you will just write down the name and then just pass it to the left until it comes back to you.
But we don't like pick from a list. We just like make
exactly, you make something up.
Some personality traits or
it's a reputation, and it can be anything that the man thinks of this woman. We have some examples in the book. The examples are nosy, or strong, or beautiful, or iron-willed.
Okay, so it's not something they have done or a rumor or something that's like, what do we think of this person?
It's more what you think of this person.
Yeah, okay.
And I can begin filling in one on each of the ones I did not create, since the order doesn't really matter.
Yeah, right. So we can just
Yeah. The important point is that each and every one of these gets a reputation from the other players' male characters or men in general. And then when that is done, you're going to write down, you who made the character originally, who wrote down the name and all, is after reputations, you're going to write down what she wants out of life. And sadly, only one person can edit the same note at the same time. So we're going to have to be slightly...
maybe we should go through these after we're done. Just like...
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I have a scary wife.
You realize some very interesting things about the people you thought you knew when this happens.
I have a nosy wife. That's not good. I'm gonna be found out. Oh no! Don't make it worse, guys. This is gonna be a tough one.
I'm sorry. I had to.
Refna is the worst.
That's what the man thinks. That means she's probably a good, decent human being, right?
I want to have
the men are pigs when it comes to how they look at women.
Yeah.
They are here, right here.
I feel like I made nice ones though. Except for the scary one.
But that one's, that's not very nice.
So which one did you do? I did beautiful.
That was not necessarily very nice either.
Drinking like drinks a lot. I mean, like in a Viking context, isn't that good? Well, maybe I suppose it's good for men, but not so good for women, I guess.
I think it would be good for women too, but once you put shallow right after it, it doesn't sound good anymore.
No.
Sorry, not sorry, or something. Now you got to figure out what she wants out of life.
It feels like I know why I don't like Harald.
Because you like my wife?
Maybe.
I need to figure out one more personality trait for Eivor.
These are hard.
Nice.
Can you do like sees everything or something like that? Does it have to be like one word? Maybe she's a witch.
She's
Could be.
sensitive.
I like that.
It could be interesting with the scary part, I think.
I guess it really depends on how close you get to her. If you get close to her, she's not scary anymore, and you see the sensitive side. At least that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
We need to figure out where Harald and Steinar live and put them on the map.
Torkel and Steinar.
I'm thinking that I
Torkel
probably
and
live
Steinar.
with my
Thank you.
wife.
Yeah,
That
I'm not Trump.
makes sense.
I share a
Maybe.
bedroom with my wife.
Yeah. Also, I believe at this time having many rooms was kind of expensive. So now we have most of what's going on this relationship map.
I haven't created my feeble child, but maybe
Yeah, I have a son as well.
Yep. We're going to get to those in just a second. I'm just double checking that I'm not missing anything. So, next is children and other relatives. So I actually created my daughter a little early, technically.
But your daughter is perhaps a bit grown up.
Yeah, she's not
a child.
She's a grown woman. Exactly, she's not a child.
And I'd say that my son is not a child either.
Yeah, then give him an NPC man thing.
Yes.
You're right. Mine shouldn't be.
His name is
I think mine is gonna be a man too, sort of.
Gorm. I like Gorm.
It's a good name. I've been saying that about any name so far.
Egil. Egil the Feeble. I bet he loves that nickname.
Oh, yeah. That's perfect for a young child trying to become a man. It's like, yes, I want to be known as the Feeble.
Feeble child.
Yeah, that one is just so evil. And that is the biggest one on the board, too. Of course it is. Yeah, and he doesn't even live with you. That's like he doesn't even live with your farm. He's been basically banished.
Bjorn are already
like
getting into this toxic thing.
Yep.
Yeah. I see it. Yeah. Have we created the children that we said that we have? Have we added other important relationships? Do we maybe want to look at blood relationships? Any other blood relationships do we feel like we should add? Are any of our characters related to each other? They don't have to be. Is Bjorn related to someone? Or is Bjorn just the random fart from Svartviken? He could be.
Perhaps Björn is my father.
Ooh.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So I still live at home.
I feel like I should have someone that I live with. Since I don't own land, I need to live under someone's roof.
And which character were you?
You are Torgo, so you live underneath Hogni. So you should
Yeah.
probably have some sort of relation too.
I mean, you don't
But I mean,
have to.
is Hogni the only one living there, or like?
Or should Hogni have some kind of relative living there with him as well?
He could. He doesn't have to. It could be that Hogni lives there and he owns everything, but his relatives lives elsewhere, and you are one of the people who lives on his farmstead, because a farmstead in this time could be kind of large. You could have multiple families living in. Essentially, farmsteads would be... It's kind of like the equivalent of like a manor and an estate.
Yeah.
And then you'd have a number of people on your lands who are living in your farmstead.
And I kind of feel like, I'm not a farmer. I'm the person that goes Viking with him. Like when he needs to split skulls, I'm there.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense that he put you up somewhere.
And I kind of understand now why you don't like Harald. Because if you and Hogni are friends and Harald and Hogni are broken up relatives, it could be something there.
I also kind of
like
feel
that.
like I should put out like relationship arrows for my unfaithfulness.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Right. Yes. Who
Yeah,
have
you
you been with?
Absolutely do that.
Since I have multiple relations, so I suppose like
To Bodil.
so yeah, Helga
and Bodil.
Helga and Bodil. How? Yeah.
All
Have you
the
had
other
relationships with any of the men, maybe?
No, I don't think so. I think at least not that, if he has that sort of inclination, he's not aware of it yet.
I see.
So maybe he's like, I don't know if he's covering it up with a bunch of other stuff, or if he's just like really, not.
I kind of understand why Refna is ungrateful for Torkel.
Yeah.
And jealous.
It feels like he's
And
kind
nosy.
of useless person.
Yeah.
Really.
It seems like he's primarily good for making children.
Cracking skulls.
And cracking skulls.
Yeah.
Seems about right.
Yeah, I like how there's like this spindling of just like an octopus
If we
spindling
want
out all
to,
over from Torkel.
Is Gunnar who is Gunnar son to?
I'm thinking maybe like he's officially he's the child of maybe Helga or Eivor, and, so officially he's Steinar or Harald's son. But really, so like I just put him here, but we can put him up with Steinar as well. Like I don't really mind.
True.
I just feel like he should be, officially someone else's child, but really, he's not.
Yeah, sure. I can have two feeble childs.
Who are you? You are
Steinar.
I'm Steinar.
Here, have a feeble child.
Thank you.
This is so horrible. I love it. Yeah, I think that's about as many arrows as we can fit on here before it gets way too confusing.
But Gunnar is grown up, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
he's. I think. Yeah, he's above 15 at least. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. At this point, we need to stop and look. Have we created at least as many women as there are player characters?
Yes.
And
Yes.
yes. Is there at least one grown woman in every homestead? Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. We got this.
Because Bodil is grown up, right?
Exactly. Bull is grown up.
Otherwise, my arrow would be very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, we'd have a talk about it, I think.
Yeah. We would have to remove it.
Next step is filling out the rest of your male relationships, which is actually quite simple. We look at all of the other men we have made here in this mess, and we simply just, which is 4 of them, Hogni, Bjorn, Gunnar, and Egil, I believe. No, not Egil. Kristoffer, your name is over the last one. Gorm.
Oh, sorry.
And we need to put their names right up here underneath where they have the names of the main characters.
Okay, so
We're not going to take look up to look down on yet. We'll do that as it comes up. But we are going to put them there in preparation.
If it's
Just so we
someone that we
remember that
already
these
like have
exist.
a relationship with, like Hogni for me, then it would should
You
I-
can if you want to, but there is no need to. There is a reason not to, which is time. But it's not a big deal because we're not doing too poorly on time. So I think I have all of them. So if someone's feeling lazy, you can just copy paste mine.
It feels like I look down on my son because I'm a horrible person. And I definitely look up to Hogni because like he's the reason I don't care for Harald.
Yeah. And since I'm apparently terrible at names today, I'm going to have to do a name call for our characters, just so I can match the voices with the characters. So I am playing Arni. Who's playing Harald?
I am playing Harald.
Good. Thank you.
And I am playing Torkel, the skull splitter.
Right.
And I'm playing Steinar, the burned coward.
Cool. Excellent. Because at this point, we have successfully completed the setup of Blood Feud in just shy of an hour. Well done. And I believe it is about time we said we would take a break, right?
Yes.
So we take 5
Excellent.
minutes, and
That sounds great.
We'll be back 2 minutes to half.
Yes.
Yes.
Cool. See you around.
See you around.
The sound of whiskey.
Mm.
Yeah, right. You don't have to drive anywhere tonight.
Yeah.
I am back.
The best part about
Hello.
playing online. Not have to drive back to Borås. Hade inte väntat mig det. Jag tror att vi hittat. Så.
There we go.
And we are back.
We are
Twice.
back. Exactly. It wasn't enough to be back once. We had to do it a second time. We were just that eager to be back.
Yeah.
And we
return.
just lost the watcher when we came back.
No.
Guys, don't do it twice.
Ah. Are we feeling ready for a good old traditional, maybe a little slimmed down rules explanation?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, first of all, I'm going to talk about how do we actually play this game. The very basics of it. We're going to be playing in scenes, and we're going to take turns being the person who sets up the scene. Exactly how that is done, we're going to talk about later. And when we know when we're done, we're also going to talk about it later. First, we're going to talk about how to actually play the scenes. And the basic concept is something that we're calling narrative freedom. And it's actually very simple. We're not going to have a game master. We're not going to have any dice. We're just going to have 4 people who can say whatever they want about what's happening in the scene at any point in time. Someone can be talking about the snow that's been incessant the last couple of days, and I don't understand why just this week of all weeks we have so much snow, because that's what's going to be been going on outside of my windows this weekend. But hey, and then maybe someone else talks about, how the unexpected snow has affected trade. And then maybe someone else actually starts and tells us a story. But anyone can add any kind of thing that they want at any point in time during play. The only time we're allowed to interrupt each other, though, is for one of 2 reasons: making an obstacle or making an addendum. An addendum is when someone has introduced something, like maybe I'm describing a house, and you feel like, I want to make that house a little cooler, or I want to make that house a little scarier, or I want to add something to the house. You make an addendum. You describe, what does it feel like? What does it smell like? Has something happened here before? Does any one of us have memories of this house? You add those details. And if and the other one, obstacles, is quite simply if you feel like, you know what, that was a little too easy, you can throw in an obstacle for something done. Maybe I said, I walk up and I punch you in the face. Someone else can introduce the obstacle that, well, you would have, but his brother who's standing right next to you catches your wrist. What do you do now? And other things like that. So, obstacles and addendums. But besides that, you can say whatever you want. And you can add addendums and obstacles even if you're not playing a character in that scene. Does that seem relatively clear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The next thing I want to talk about is, how does honor actually move around during a scene? Well, and while we're doing all of this free-formy talking, if at some point we describe something that matches one of 7 moves, that the rules listed under that move is going to trigger, and someone is going to gain or lose honor. The 7 moves we have available to us are the following: sharing someone's bed, giving someone a gift, praising someone, insulting someone, commenting on a woman's appearance, escalating, or striking a deadly blow. The last 2 are a little special, so I'll do those last. And sharing someone's bed is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Typically, that happens off camera, and typically it's the only move that happens off camera. Giving someone a gift. Giving someone a gift was, in Viking times, a symbol of having wealth and power. Look, I can afford to give you a gift. It was also something that chieftains would do to soldiers in order to form stronger bonds with them. So it also kind of shows you as an authority figure over someone else. So when you give someone a gift, you're going to get honor, praising someone. If you praise yourself in public and no one thinks you're being stuffy and annoying, you gain 1 honor. You can brag your way into being an honorable man in this game. Or if you brag about someone else, they get an honor. If you insult someone, you're threatening their honor. Unless they object, they're going to lose 1. The details of exactly what happens under each move is going to go over when they actually happen in game. But this is the general gist of something. And when a man is commenting on a woman's appearance, if he's doing it in public, he just gains 1 honor. Escalating and striking a deadly blow happens in conflicts. So, if we look at these first 5, most of these are something where you can object to it. For example, if you give someone a gift, they can spit you in the face and say, what kind of gift is this? This gift is an insult. They haven't accepted the gift, and they said that your gifts are terrible. They have objected to the fact that you're giving a gift with an escalation, just spitting you in the face. If you praise someone, if someone wants to object to that, you have to insult the person who is doing the praising. Or, if you are insulting someone else, the only way to get back at that is to one-up you. You have to escalate to get to object to insulting someone. When it comes to commenting on a woman's appearance, again, the only way to object to it is through an escalation. So these escalations then, what are they? And the basic idea is when men argue, there's this tension that you have to be a little bit more severe than the other guy all the times. If he insults you, you need to send something stronger back at him. If he punches you, you need to hit him harder. You always need to escalate the conflict or you're being weak. So in this game, if you want to talk back in any way, you have to escalate. And when you do that, you pay a little honor into the middle of the honor pool right here, and you end up in a conflict. And we'll talk about conflict when escalations happen. But escalating is always how you tell someone to...
How you gamble with your honor? I mean, like if you have to pay a token when you do it.
Yeah.
So basically,
it's kind of like a gamble.
You could win some, but you could lose some.
Yeah, it's very much a win game. You could lose some. It's now we're going into a conflict, and you signal that by moving one of your honor tokens into the center of the board. It's kind of like you're upping an ante.
Yeah.
So it's very much like that. And the only move that can be objected to without escalation is praising someone. You only have to insult them. It's enough to insult them. Meaning that this is one of the few moves that a woman can object to, because women can insult people. Women do not trigger moves. Moves is something that's only triggered by men's behavior, because they're dealing with honor. Women are not part of the honor system in this game. They're separate from it. They operate outside of it, which is a limitation because, for example, if someone says something snarky about your husband, what you say doesn't really matter. But on the other hand, if you want to go and punch someone, you can just do that. You don't have to worry about how much honor you have. You don't have to worry about if you're going to win the fight. You can just go fucking punch the dude. So there's some interesting nuance going on there. But that is the basis for how moves function. And again, it'll become much clearer once we start actually playing. And during play, it's up to each and every one of us to say and go, aha, what you over there just described, I think that's insulting someone. Or no, I think that's giving a gift. And then we look at that move and see exactly what happens. And then we do that and continue on with the scene. You can play as many, you can have as many moves triggering as, there's no limit to how many moves can trigger in a single scene. They could be 1, none, or 15. Yeah.
Right.
The next part is what happens when all of us have had one scene each. So, this game, ideally, if you have enough time, is played in 3 acts. And an act ends after each and every one of us has had one scene each to set up. So after 4 scenes, we're going to stop and take a tally over who has the most honor and who looks up to and who looks down on whom, and adjust honor according to that.
Right.
So at the end of 4 scenes, we're going to do a tally as to who's on top and who's not. But we can discuss the exact details of that when it happens. Right. I believe that finally we need to talk about starting and ending scenes. So, ending a scene is really simple. There are a few ways in which the scene can end. The player who started the scene, for example, if it's my turn to set up a scene, I can always say, nah, the scene is done here. I end the scene now. The player who started the scene can always just end the scene at their leisure. If at any point there no longer is a woman, a grown-up woman, around the main character in the scene also immediately ends. So another very common way that a scene ends is that all of the women get tired of whatever it is the men are doing and just leave. At which point the scene would end. And the other one is if the main character is unconscious or dies. You know, unfortunate stuff. That would also end the scene. So the scene continues until the player who's playing the main character says, nah, I'm done. Or until there's no longer any women around the main character.
If we die, do we make another character, or do we just like pick one of the men NPCs?
The fastest way is to pick one of the men NPCs. Otherwise, it has to be a relative of your character. Otherwise, you have to make a relative of your character who then arrives.
So if I die, I have to play Gunnar, my feeble child.
So if I die, I have to play Gunnar, my feeble child.
Pretty much.
Okay.
All right.
You don't have to, but it's generally speaking the best idea.
It could be interesting, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the thing I've saved for last now is how you actually start a scene. And the reason for that is we have a bit of a procedure for doing that. It is a little tricky. And it happens in 5 steps. And each of these steps is important. You go through them in that order, makes it a lot easier. And in particular, step number 4 is the tricky one. So we'll go through that one slowly. First one is you state the intention of the scene. Why do you want to have the scene? For example, if I were to have the first scene, my want is I want to explain what happened to Harald. Maybe I want to have a scene where I go to Harald with a bunch of meat to give to him and try to ingratiate myself and tell him, I'm so sorry. It's not what you think. That would be an intention. I want to go and talk to Harald. The second thing you do is you decide when. I go to Harald in spring, for example, or 3 days later, or whatever time period you choose. The third one is location. I would typically, if I wanted to go to Harald, I would probably go to Harald where Harald lives, which is in Midvik. But who knows? Maybe Harald is currently visiting some Hogni up in Flatbacka, and then we can have a scene there. But it's me as the person who's framing the scene who gets to decide where it happens. And then we get to that step 4, the one that's a little tricky. And that's where me, the player who's setting the scene, is going to go through the big important characters I want in the scene. So I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to name them and say the name of the player who's playing it. And that's important because it reminds them and tells them, hey, you're going to be in this scene. And once I've done that for a character, for example, if I were to say, Harald, you're played by Anna. Then Anna then knows to describe what Harald is doing as the scene is about to begin. So I introduce which characters are going to be there. I remind the player who's going to play that character that you need to do a thing now. And then that person who's going to be playing that character tells us what the character is doing before the scene begins. So this is the tricky part. It takes a little bit of work, but once you get it down, it really makes your scene flow better. And then I do that for all of the characters I want in the scene, but I need to make sure at least one of the characters I introduce is a woman. Because otherwise my scene immediately ends. Because remember, the moment there is no longer a woman around the main character, the scene ends. And once I've introduced all of the other characters, we've gone through this procedure for each of the other characters that are important, that's when I introduce my character. That's where I describe how my character arrives at the scene. And at that point, we all know, okay, our main character's arrived. Let's start playing out the scene. Do you feel like we got this?
Yeah, I feel like we're ready.
Because the person who has the first scene is, surprisingly enough, the person with the most honor.
It's me!
That is correct.
I'm winning
Turtle's
this
sitting
moment.
with 6 honor. See, you're the one who's got to go through this big, scary trial of actually framing a scene correctly the first time.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Right. A lot of pressure.
Don't worry.
It's good. It's a challenge.
You don't want to know how many times I've seen people not do this correctly. You'll be fine.
All right. So, okay. I guess my intention with the scene is to... I'm kind of thinking, like, how early in the game do I want to work on my want or need? Like, my want is to beg forgiveness from Arnie. Like, do I want to like get straight to work on that, or is that something that I should maybe save?
You will get to frame 3 scenes, and then the game is over.
All right, so maybe just like get right into it then.
Yeah, that's generally a good idea.
I think the fallout of the scene is more interesting than the build-up of your need or want.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a great place to start.
Right. Then the thing is, like, because I haven't really like decided. I have some ideas for what I want to beg for forgiveness for, but maybe I can just like keep it vague in the beginning.
Yeah.
Like, my intention is to beg forgiveness from Arnie. But Yeah, and then I can leave it open, like if I summon up the guts and what exactly I am actually asking forgiveness for.
Sounds
right.
great. I'd say you have an intention.
Yes. So my intention is to ask Arnie for forgiveness, and I intend to do this at Arnie's party. We're gonna start this off strong, I think.
I like it.
I think that you're throwing a feast at your farm, Husavitler. And you're throwing it, I think, like at the end of harvest season.
Yeah.
So this is
Sounds
like
great.
when we've finally gathered in all the, the crops, and we're just getting ready to party, to really get down. And of course, Arnie the Lucky, played by Amos in the scene. Do you say Amos or do you say Amos?
In English, either one is fine, and that's why I picked the name. Amos is great for English speaker. Amos is great for Swedish speakers. So pick your poison.
All right.
It's literally one of the reasons I picked the name.
Maybe let's do Amos for the stream then.
Yeah.
So Arnie the Lucky, played by Amos, is going to be in the scene, obviously, because you're sort of the...
Arnie is trying to entertain a couple of guests who are being politely appreciative.
Yeah. And also Bodil, Arnie's daughter, played by Christopher, is in the scene as well.
And Bodil is sitting at the table watching her father disappointedly.
And I think we should just get right into it. And I think we should throw Harald in there as well. So Harald the horn bearer, played by Anna, is going to be there as well. You're muted, Anna.
Harald is sitting further down the table, laughing and drinking heavily of his mead, mead, and just listening in on the situation next. Yeah.
Right, and then Torkel, the skull splitter, enters. I think that I'm probably one of the last people to arrive, because I've had to travel quite far from Flatbacka to Husavitler. Yeah. So I arrive when the festivities is just sort of hitting their stride. And maybe
I've
been dragging
on your boots as you're walking in.
Yeah. And maybe I've been dragging my feet a little bit, because I don't really know how I'm supposed to approach this whole asking for forgiveness thing. It's not really my strong suit. So I enter.
Oh, Torkel. Welcome.
Hey. What a pleasure to see you. You look well. You look like
thank you.
yourself on your side.
Oh, no. We just had a bountiful harvest this year. So I'm a little surprised you actually made it over here. It's quite a trek for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you have good feet in good boots, what are distances then? I say, and I sit down probably the further end of the table, close to Bodil and where Arnie would be sitting. I take that privilege.
I give Torkel a sharp look. Don't you dare.
I look down at your boots, and I look up at you. So, did you come for something?
Yeah, but maybe we shouldn't dishonor the gods, Arnie. We should drink some mead to their honor first. You know what they say. You don't want to get down to grimy, dirty business the first thing you do. There's a
That is an
proper role.
excellent thing. Someone send for some mead for this young man who just arrived. Come on, he's traveled a long way.
Here, and fill me up as well. I could need some more on this grateful day.
Oh, Harald.
It's nice to see you here, Torkel. I wasn't sure that you would make it.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Harald.
Har, har, har. Of course.
Why wouldn't I make it? I am a strong man, a young man. The trick
But
is
you're not as
for
strong
me.
as Gorm, are you? My strong son.
That
I
sounds
think I
like
smell an insult in there.
yeah.
Yeah, you're not as strong as my child. So now you can just accept it, just take it, just accept the fact that you were insulted, or you can escalate.
I'm not gonna accept that Harald insulted me.
You need to do something that's more severe than just an insult.
All right, so I can't insult back. Where do I put the?
You have to do something worse, like threaten.
Ooh.
Why don't we step outside, Harald, and I can show you just exactly how strong I am.
So when you're doing this, you are escalating. Yeah, it's good. You're putting one piece in the middle. Now we're immediately into a conflict. So the way this happens is there's two of you. There's two sides in a conflict. At any point in time, there will always be two sides to a conflict. Anyone else can jump in. And so once you have escalated, you're kind of the biggest man in the conflict right now. So Harald has to choose to yield and to say, okay, you were the bigger man this time. I draw back. And that means that Torkel would win all of the honor in the pot. Or Harald could, escalate back. Do something even worse. And then Harald is the biggest man right now. The only other option you have, besides escalating even further and yielding and giving up everything, is to strike a deadly blow.
Oh.
But I don't know, Harald. Maybe you're too much of a coward. Maybe Bodil here should take care of you instead.
Oh God. I'm so bad at these kind of comebacks.
That's what I thought immediately as well. I was like, what do you think? What is?
Everyone will just yield all the time.
I mean, you can. You can say, "Oh no, I was just joking."
Yeah, I think in this case I will be like, "Oh, it's not my time to have a fight with you today, Torkel. I think you have more important things to do here. Isn't that right, Arnie?"
Oh, that is right. So that was a yield because you didn't go further.
Yeah.
So the honor in the pot goes right back to Torkel.
But I don't actually gain something. I just I just defended my
exactly.
Because I defended my honor, right? Okay, I get it.
Yeah, if you hadn't done that, you would have lost an honor. And the honor would have gone straight into Harald's honor pool.
But if Harald escalated, wouldn't Harald I put a token in the pool as well?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then we kept escalating.
Yeah. So eventually you run out of honor. If you only escalate, you run out of honor.
Yeah.
And then someone has to yield or someone has to die.
All right.
Well then, now that little incident is settled, we do have business to talk about. What do you have to say for yourself?
I would like to say that that horse has a mind of its own. It's like it was birthed by Loki himself. So I don't think that I'm really the only one to at blame here, Arnie, because that horse is difficult.
You're gonna blame your losing my horse that I lent to you on the fact that my horse was bad. That doesn't sound like a very honest thing to do.
Well, see, here's the thing, Arnie, that there is a really good explanation for this, where I'm not like completely at fault.
Yeah, right.
But it's complicated. You see, I fully intended to return the horse to you, Arnie, because you are a respectable man. I am a respectable man. But I fear that I may have been tricked by goblins.
And now you're making up tales. This isn't making things look any better for you.
But see, you know, it's a special horse, Arnie. And you know how special horses are connected to the gods, and goblins want that. I couldn't help that, right?
I call you a liar, Thorkel.
I am many things, Arnie, but I am not a liar.
Is that an insult?
I did insult. I would say I did insult.
Yeah.
So how do you escalate?
So Arnie, do you put an honor in the...
No, I insulted, which I can do without putting an honor.
Okay, yeah.
So basically, like what I'm doing now would put if I were to escalate, I would put.
Yeah, if you want to defend yourself, you have to escalate, or you just let me take one of your honor, because I insulted you to your face in public.
Right, I don't want that. It's like I'm like.
But then, how are you going to get what you want?
I think it is you that is insulting the gods, Arnie. Because these things are real. We are not in charge of our own destiny. The gods are. So I can't be held responsible for losing a horse that the goblins obviously set their sights on.
Do the rest of us feel that this is a sufficient escalation?
No, not really.
No.
You weren't that mean.
Yeah.
So I have to like, what would be it? Would it be like if I insulted you back, or do I have to choose violence?
You have to do something immediate and something more severe. And if you try something and the rest of the group says, "No, that wasn't an escalation," you get the honor you just paid back, but it counts as a yield.
You do have a daughter there that you can. I guess that insulting family could be worse in a ways. Or
the thing that just happened is that we just said that wasn't a good enough of an escalation, so it doesn't count. Which means you haven't defended yourself from the insult.
Oh.
So I take one.
Oh.
No. All right.
Yes, you don't get a second try. It's like
No.
you get one try and that's a fail.
Oh.
Okay. Well, you're a failure.
This is not very good for me.
Darkel. You are not doing a very good case for yourself. I'm a reasonable man. I'm willing to discuss.
I lower my gaze. I'm ashamed of my lover.
I'm willing to overlook your shameful little tryst with my daughter.
What did you say?
I'm even willing to overlook your shameful little tryst with my daughter.
I'm trying to think of like ways how they used to solve this. Like, obviously, I could pay for the horse, but it feels like Torkel is not the kind of person who has that kind of money.
And didn't you want forgiveness?
Yeah.
Right.
Also, there's the other option. Rub your tail between your legs.
Or sharing someone's bed.
Because like I kind of like I don't want to like solve the thing now, so maybe I should just like run away.
Yeah, let's play on. I just said you gotta come up with something better. I'm willing to discuss, but you need to give me something reasonable.
All right, I will return to you with an offer, Arnie.
I'm looking forward to it.
I sort of like loom back with. I don't even think that I might not even stay for the party. It's just like this has been so disheartening, so I just sort of leave.
That ends the scene because there's no longer a woman around the main character. And now we're doing the end of scene procedure that we haven't talked about yet, but now is the excellent time to do it. First, those who played men in the scene, their main characters in the scene, I should specify, can change whether they look up to or look down upon any of the men in this scene. I am now looking down upon Torkel.
Yes, me too.
Poor Torkel.
Oh, yeah.
It's not easy when goblins steal your horse.
Exactly, especially when it's not even your horse. First it was Loki, and then it was the goblins, and it's like, I'm not buying this. And then, the second part. The players who played women must decide which of the male characters were the least manly.
Oh, that's easy. It's Torkel.
Yeah. Then Torkel immediately loses one honor.
My honor.
You had a lot, and you don't anymore.
No.
And that is the end of the scene procedure. So now we go to me setting up a scene.
Yeah, let's just go clockwise.
Yep.
Something.
Exactly. After the first scene, you go clockwise. So I'm thinking I'm going to have something... what was my mod? I would have a scene where Harald and I are talking, and I'm trying to make it so that only Harald can hear. I want to tell him some stuff that I don't want to tell everyone. Yep, so that is my intention. Has absolutely nothing to do with my want to explain what happened to Harald that we haven't fully established yet. We'll figure it out and play. And where it's happening still at my party in my longhouse. And when? Later that same evening.
Yep.
Harald is played by Anna.
Yes. Harald is now sitting quite like drunkily staring down in his cup and just like trying to watch whatever happens on the party. Maybe trying to stand up, but staggering a little bit, getting that nicely drunk.
And I think Helga is being played by Moa.
Yes, and Helga, she's been sitting further down at the table, drinking and talking with some of the other people.
And then do we want to get I think that's enough for now, actually. I pass by Helga on the way to walking over to where Harald is sitting on a bench right up against the wall of the longhouse. Clearly a little too intoxicated. And I sit down, I put my arm around Harald in a very no homo way. And I say, you know, Harald,
Arnie, you're here. I pat your back in a very non-homo way. So nice to see you. Great party as always.
You're very welcome. It's just I've been blessed with all this land. What can I do but share it? You see, do you remember when I talked?
When you did what?
Do you remember that time when you saw me burning some papers?
Some papers. Yeah. Weren't you... Like, why were you doing that? Don't you like papers?
I do feel I kind of ought to explain to you a little bit around that. You see, there's a misunderstanding that I've been having with some people in a different community, a little further away. And they send some writing with a messenger. And I just got angry over the audacity of what they had to say and had to burn it all up. That's all. It was nothing.
At that time, Helga moves over and she sits down on Harald's lap. She's, as always, dressed in the finest clothes with, sort of like beads and stuff that Harald has got for her from... the merchants and it's from far, far away, very, very expensive. And she sort of like flips her long blonde hair and then picks up Arnie's mead goblet, stoop.
Goblet,
yeah, that's what it's called, right?
Close enough.
Close enough. She picks up Arnie's goblet and sort of like sips from it and... What are you up to here in the dark, dark corner? You're gossiping like a bunch of women.
We're having a discussion among men.
Oh, a discussion among men. How tedious. Why won't you come and have fun with us? It used to be fun, Harald.
Yeah.
I was just about to say your husband is sitting right there, and now you're talking to go off and have fun in the dark with me. That was maybe not the most appropriate thing to say.
What have you done to snare my wife, Arnie? What have you done to make my wife talk to you in that kind of way? Is that those papers you were burning? This is my beautiful Helga, aren't you, my lovely? No one else's. Not yours, Arnie.
Your Helga certainly is beautiful.
Is that
I want to point out, both of us have commented on a woman's appearance.
Oh, yeah.
Party.
Yeah.
True.
We both gain one honor.
Okay.
Unless we interpret this as being in private, which it kind of is. In which case, the player of Helga decides whether or not we gain honor, and who does and who does not.
I think because Helga is shallow, anyone who comments and tells her that she's beautiful, she would probably give an honor.
Mm-hmm.
So I say you both.
She's appreciative.
She is very appreciative, and she's also very appreciative of this sort of like
situation.
When you start to sort of like go at each other, she gently leans back, and you can sort of like see her eyes glistening. She likes it when you fight over her.
It does have something to do with Helga.
It does? Harald is looking more concerned now.
It was a very long time ago, and I thought the matter had settled.
He crosses his
But
arms.
my relatives are still upset with me for it. And they sent a summons to a law court. I refused it, and I was insulted by it, so I burned it.
What have you done, Arnie?
A very long time ago, Helga and I were supposed to be wed.
I turn over to... No, I don't. I don't care about her. Is this... What claim are you making? This is preposterous, Arnie.
As what happened was that I decided not to go through with it. And my family is still expecting there to be a dowry to be paid that has not been paid. Dowry is the other way around. I don't know what it's called when it's in that direction, but anyhow, you get the point.
But you come here, ruin my party, and telling me that you have a claim on my wife, and then you say that you insulted her and like
I don't have a claim on your wife.
Dishonored my wife by telling her that you don't want her.
Tried to tell you that maybe the matter of those missives that I burned shouldn't be investigated too deeply, because then we would find out about all of this, and it's something that happened a long time ago in the past that should stay in the past.
No, everything should get up into the surface, because this is something that concerns my family, my wife. And why in the world would you do such a stupid thing?
It feels like you're insulting him.
Yeah. I'm not gonna allow some drunkard to insult me in my own house. You are to leave right now.
I have all rights to be drunk at your house. This is a party. If you want to make me to leave, then you can come out and meet my fists.
You ante up an honor when you do that, because you're threatening to punch me in the face. And
oh, Harald, please don't hurt him.
I punch you in the face. You're drunk. I think I can take you. This is my house.
I feel like I want to try out the obstacle thing. So, yeah, you feel like you can take him, but right in that moment, Gorm, Harald's strong son, walks in the door, and he sees what you're about to do to his father. And
I yield. You can have him. I'm not fighting Gorm.
Oh, yeah. I love Gorm.
I should have picked the strong son as well. Maybe then I wouldn't have to leave the party early. Ashamed.
Yeah. Very well, then we can discuss this at a later point, I say, and I disappear away into the rest of the party crowd.
And I guess that Helga leaves, perhaps.
I'm the main character,
Oh.
and Helga's no longer around me, so the scene ends.
Yeah.
Yep. That was what I deserved. That was what I deserved.
The power of a Gorm.
Behold, I have a child. The greatest weapon known to mankind.
Feels like me and Christopher will get new perspective on why we're getting children now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To get us out of party trouble.
So that means, Anna, it's your turn to set up a scene.
No, but the end of scene procedure.
Ending.
Oh, end of scene procedure. And the scene procedure. Sorry, I forgot about that part.
And then it's time for break after that.
Yeah. I think I still look up to Harald. Because he browbeat me down. Well, his son, too. But just existing.
He produced a strong son. That is
Yeah.
to be.
Does Harald change looking up or looking down on?
I guess I know now. Look down on Arnie.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
And then we're going to ask Moa, who played Helga, who was the least manly.
Well, let's say Arnie then, because my husband defended my honor.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Strong
That's fair.
son did. I guess my strong.
You are
son
strong,
did.
son, indeed.
Yeah. But it's fine. I lost the honor.
Yeah.
I'll take it. And then it's time for a break, as you said. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Excellent.
Hallå igen.
Tjena, tjena.
There we go.
And then everyone is back. Okay, so it was Harald's turn.
Exactly.
Yes. It's my turn to set the scene. I'm trying to figure out. I want to take revenge on Steinar. Wonder what kind of ways are there to take revenge on someone that isn't killing them or their family?
You can seduce their wife. You can seduce their son.
You can expose that his son is not his son.
Once every hour.
Roughly. I just barely missed her break this time.
Okay, so I am going to set a scene where I have the intention of seducing Eivor, Steinar's wife.
That is interesting because I'm not interested in her.
No.
Yeah. I like that dynamic.
I think I'm going to lose so much on this, but it feels like the right way to go.
Yeah.
And let's see.
Is it happening at the party?
Oh, that could be fun. Yes.
Because all of this happening at the party.
Everything happens on the
Party
party.
for Harald.
Oh, yes. Okay, so this is not just a little bit later after the incident with Arnie. Because Harald, he has been pumped up now and feeling strong and thinking, now is my chance. I can do this.
I just got saved by my own son. Now I will.
Continue to defend or ruin my family honor. Yes. So my seduction, my intention is to seduce Eivor. It's on the party. It's like a couple of minutes or moments after the last incident. And of course, Eivor is here. And she is played by Amos.
Eivor is sitting by herself, drinking.
Mm-hmm. And I guess to make it interesting, Steinar is somewhere up close.
Yes, Steinar is also here, and he is sitting with the outcasts, drinking. Some other cowards in this village.
Yeah, I guess that's the persons I want to have in this scene. Right now, we'll see if someone else shows up. Yeah. So we see Harald coming up and sitting himself down next to Eivor, handing her a big drinking horn of mead.
I glance over my horn, watching them from a distance.
I look over at Harald a little hesitantly at first. Yeah, I could use the mead.
Of course. You're such a fair lady. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
That's a move.
You gain 1 honor. Because I accept it. I glance over quickly at Steinar. There's a sad look in my eye. I take a swig of ale. Yeah, well, I wonder. It just felt like the thing I need to do right now. But I'm glad for your company.
I stand up.
I think I reach forward for like a lock of her hair, and I'm very glad that you decided to sit down right here and that you enjoy my company, Eivor.
Are you sure you want to be that forward when my husband's right there?
I'm closing in.
Oh, it shouldn't be. Are you sure you don't seem like the woman who wants to enjoy his company right now? But perhaps others.
Steinar, my husband. Why don't you sit with us?
Harald, please don't do this. I beg you. You end badly. So I sit down. I sit next to my wife. Put my arms around her. Or my arm, not my arms. One of my arms around her. And I look at Harald. You're making a fool of yourself, Harald.
Is that an insult?
Kind of feels like an insult.
Back.
But it is.
It's an insult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I am just taking what?
Just gonna let it happen?
Yeah, I'm just gonna let that happen. Actually.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't feel like I can win the situation. So I'm
gonna double check that I'm not wrong, but I believe you hand insulting someone and that's giving someone a gift. I am looking for insulting someone.
Giving someone an insult.
An insult is a gift, right? Yeah. So in fact, it's Steinar who's supposed to take the honor from you.
Yeah.
I will take it. Okay, you.
Yeah, no, take it. Yeah, it's better.
I don't want you to give it to me. I want to take it.
Exactly.
Semantically important.
Matters a little bit more when you're playing in person.
Yeah. So I think I just empty my horn and grumps and walks away.
Hey,
No, why are you
Harald,
leaving?
perhaps
Why
you
did you
should
stay with us?
perhaps you should watch your own woman before you try to take someone else. Everyone knows about Torkel and Helga.
Oh, come on,
That-
Steinar, don't be like that.
Oh, what did you just say?
Everyone knows. Come
Steinar.
on.
Well, everyone knows about Eivor and Torkel as well. So who cares about Torkel?
What are you talking about? I let Eivor go, and I look at her. What does it mean?
Steinar, what do you expect?
What does it mean?
Oh, you know exactly what I
I
mean.
take this horn full with mead and I throw it on Harald.
On me?
You can take out your shortcomings on other people all you want, Steinar, but this is because you're not being a very good husband. That's why you're having all of these problems.
I turn red.
Not even your wife likes you, Steinar. Like, what's your confidence? And you can't even bring strong sons.
To be fair, he has like one son that's not feeble.
No. Both
You
my
don't?
sons are feeble.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I think that's an insult,
Yes.
That is an insult.
Yes.
and I want to escalate.
Ooh.
I stand up and I go to you and I push you in the chest. Let's do this! I scream in your face.
And here they go again.
Yeah, I want to hit you back.
Do it.
Like, I put my fist in your face.
I stumble backwards, almost falling over the table where Eivor sits.
Oh, you're fitting right there on the floor, laying down.
I search on the table with my hands and trying to get some tool, and I get something I don't know what is, and I just throw myself at you and hit you in the head with this whatever it is.
It's a drinking goblet. It crackles. It buckles under the weight of the blow. It's heavy, but not fatal. It hurts like a...
Yeah, and this just makes my head pound even harder, and I stagger down, touching my forehead and seeing blood. I see red, and I want to. I reach for the closest thing I can find.
It's a knife.
And I raise it and going in for a blow, not a deadly blow, but definitely like stabbing your shoulder or something.
Yep. Did you add your honor to the pool?
No.
Oh, come on. The two of you can't even fight properly. I get up. I start walking away.
Eivor! I try to pull the knife out of my shoulder, and I try to put it in your face.
Ooh.
I'm trying to kill you.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yep. You have time to do that. When you kill someone, that's a different mood than escalating.
Okay.
So
You don't have to... what happens is, you don't have to pay any honor, but you also forfeit your right to all of the honor in the pot at the same time.
ooh.
The other opponent now may choose to also kill you. Or you could choose to not... No, I'm not going to do that. You killed me. and we'll move on with our lives.
Do you want to strike the deadly blow?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to kill you.
Yeah, and then I want to kill you back.
You're both dead. All of your honor, all of your combined honor, including the one in the pot, goes straight down onto the pool. You're both going to be playing grown-up relatives of your characters. Let's start with a name, and as we are continuing onwards, we can start filling out the rest of the character sheet kind of in the background a little bit for interest of time.
I will play Gunnar, the feeble child of Torkel and Eivor.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna play Gorm, the strong child.
Yeah.
You had this planned all along, didn't you?
So do I change the names as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of you are looking up and looking down upon, you can remove, and you will add them when Gorm is in a scene.
Yeah. That's strong.
You will start with honor based on the traits of your new character, which you can make in between scenes.
Okay.
Normally, you will do them together as a group, but since we are a little pressed on time, you can kind of do it, as we go along. It's going to be a little harder for Gunnar because it's your scene next, so you're actually going to have to do some of them because we need to know how much honor you have.
Yeah, let's see.
Otherwise, we're going to default you at 3.
I have... Man, I don't have any of this. What does I know the law means?
It's like you either are a lawman or you could be a lawman.
Okay, so
and that is honorable.
Some kind of academic man, yes.
It's often an authority position. It may also be in a religious authority position.
Let's see.
But it makes sense.
I'm
going to rename your honor pool.
I don't think any of these are applicable.
All of the good one or the other ones?
None of them.
Okay.
Well, broken up with some of my relatives, some considerable debt. Perhaps I'm in considerable debt to someone. I don't have children. I don't have battle scars.
You might have sexual relations.
Yeah, sure. I have several sexual relations, even though I'm feeble.
So you're kind of my son.
Yeah.
Maybe you fear death. Maybe you have no sexual interest in women. Maybe you know to practice Seder.
I fear death. Okay, I have 4.
There we go. So you start with 2 honor.
Yeah.
In addition, we need to make a feud card.
All right.
So I'm going to prepare it for you.
Yeah.
And your previous character was Steinar and
Harald.
Harald killed each other. And I'm going to spell Harald with the D at the end. On this feud card, there will be 4 honor tokens. This feud card need to be back. We should actually have a copy of it.
Let's see, should I have a want towards Torkel then?
Yes, the want you can finish when there is time.
Yeah.
Can I still have take revenge on him, but now it's Gunnar? Because his
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. I'm going to have to move the framing a scene thing away because the feud card needs to be in the middle of the board.
Are we siblings? Are we brothers, Gorm? Perhaps?
Ooh, that's an interesting dynamic.
It's a fantastic dynamic. I love it. It's horrible.
Do you know that you're brothers?
No, I think Steinar is my father. I think.
And I think Harald is my father.
Do Torkel know? Because then I know the scene I want.
Excellent.
fair, it
Before
feels
we
like
start
there's
that
always-
scene,
Yeah.
before I start that scene, I need to just explain how this feud works.
Yes.
So essentially, this is a feud that no one currently owns. We put it in the center of the board because either family can claim it. So yes, you are doing a split down the line of Torkel's family line into two. There's the Gunnar side and there's the Gorm side. And Steinar and Harald can both be on their respective children's... Well, Steinar's dead and Harald's dead. They can't be, never mind. Helga and Eivor are, of course, on with their respective children's sides. Either side can choose to be the side that avenges this feud. For example, if Gunnar goes and kills Gorm or Helga, they have avenged the feud. So they get honor equal to as many as there are on this feud card. You add one to the feud card, and then you give it to the family who most recently lost someone. They are now the ones who had the impetus to commit revenge. They are now the ones who can go and kill someone from the other family and get the honor. But since both families lost someone, both families can claim revenge right now. And that's why it's in the center. But the moment someone has claimed revenge, this feud card will be owned by one side of the family who can claim revenge against the other side. The feud does not end unless there's a reconciliation or unless one side of the family is completely wiped out and there is no one left alive.
I feel like this escalated quickly. Like, I just lost the horse. You guys started killing each other.
I wasn't the one who gave the deadly blow.
Yes, you did. You both
That's
did.
the name of the game.
It is the name of the game.
Yeah. Oh, now
And
the name of the game. Cool.
yeah,
Okay, so
it
what-
is Gunnar's scene. Do you want to do that right now, or do we want to do that after the break and have a slightly earlier break? No, wait, I'm thinking completely wrong. I'm just used to having breaks every hour instead of every half an hour.
Yeah.
So I want a scene, and let's see, where's the start of scene procedure? There, because I want to find out that Gunnar and Gorm are brothers. That is my intent with the scene. Where does that happen? Let's see. Because I
Who would
want...
know besides Torkel?
Yeah, exactly. But
Or maybe it is Torkel.
But
I want
also,
Torkel in the scene.
also Refna is nosy. She could know.
Yeah. Or Hogni, if he knows laws and papers.
Yes. So, let's see. This one was
If you know
hard.
the law, you could just be there visiting Hogni and just meet Torkel and Refna and they have an argument.
Yeah, but that could work. Yeah, that works. So I'm at Hogni's place. This is some time after the feast. We are leaving the feast now. It is time to move on. So this is perhaps 2 weeks after the feast, after the murder of my father. And I want Gorm to be there, played by Anna. I want Refna to be there, played by, let's see, Torkel, played by Amos. And Torkel to be there, played by Moa.
We need to go through one by one the ones of us who were mentioned and say what we're doing. So let's start with Gorm. What is Gorm doing? No, Gorm is not there. What am I talking about?
Gorm is there.
Gorm is there.
Oh,
Yes.
Gorm is there.
Yeah. So we start with Gorm.
Gorm. Why is Gorm there? Gorm is there to officially, get the papers done to take over his father's land. He's there to get the stamp to own this land.
Okay, and what is he's doing right now?
Right now he is sitting on next to Hogni's in Hogni's room and writing on papers, reading through everything.
Okay, and then we have Refna, played by Amos.
Refna is waiting for Hogni to come back from some errands that he was out for, pacing irritably across the room. Back and forth, back and forth.
And then we have Torkel, played by Moa.
Torkel is sitting at the table, trying desperately to convince his wife of something.
And I know my want now. I want Torkel to take my side in this conflict. Even though I still don't know that he's my dad.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have gone through all the steps, right?
The last one is you arrive at the scene.
Yeah. So I arrive at the scene. I have the same errand as Gorm here. I have some paperwork to fill out. And I want to talk to Hogni, but he's not here. So I enter the room and I see the fucking Gorm sitting there, and I freeze. And I say, Gorm? What are you doing here?
I haven't really noticed you until you say my name. And then I look up with this coldness in my eyes and like, Gunnar.
Children, remember, we're in the house of the law right now.
And I am a man of the law. I have the right to be here.
Yeah, and you should know to be a little reasonable when you're here, right? We don't need more trouble than what other lousy men are already bringing.
I can be reasonable. I'm a very reasonable man. What?
Good.
Would you say I'm not reasonable?
I didn't
That's
say
not what I'm
anything.
saying.
Did you see? You know what your father did?
You know what your father did.
My father did nothing.
Come now, see, Refna, see what you did. You made them argue. Why do you always do this?
I made them argue. Now, two young men who'd both lost their fathers in the same fight walk into the lawman's hut, and you expect there not to be bloodshed.
Well, that's because you incite bloodshed.
We don't need bloodshed.
I agree. This is the lawman's house. Let's be civil about this.
Yeah, exactly.
You can both ignore each other if that's what you want to do.
I just need Torkel to publicly announce that it was Harald's wrongdoing to kill my father.
Liar.
That's an insult. I take it.
Gorm is so strong. That means, Gorm, you take one honor from...
Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just stand dumbfounded.
Torkel.
Yeah, it feels like I should, because I don't like Harald. I didn't like Harald.
Torkel. Don't you think you ought to tell these men something?
I don't think this is the right time, Refna.
Tell us what?
I think you kind of have to. You owe it to them.
Why do you always have to be so righteous, Refna? Why can't you just let things go?
And why can't you keep your thing in your pants?
What are you
If
talking
you
about?
were blessed with the thing that I have from Frey himself, Would you keep it in your pants? No, this is a gift from the gods. I am to share it around. What would you know of these things?
Is it true that Gorm is yours, Torkil?
And what if he is?
What are you saying? I am not his. I am Harnal Hornbearers.
I seriously doubt that.
If you were Harald Hornbearers, you wouldn't be half as... What do you say? You wouldn't be half as impressive as you are. Really? Harald Hornbearer? Could he produce a son like this? You must be kidding me.
Look at this man. Of course he's your father.
Well, everyone can see that Gunnar belongs to Steinar.
Torkil, I think you should have a conversation with Gunnar as well.
No. Gorm is absolutely right. That is absolutely Steinar's son. Everyone can see
When
it.
did Steinar ever actually touch his wife?
Well, I don't know. He was weird.
You would know. You were over at their place more than Steinar was.
Helping, as a good man is supposed to. Why do you always incite these things, Refna? What good does it do?
Because if these two men know that they're related by blood, we might actually avoid some bloodshed today.
What are you saying?
What are you saying?
Am I...
I'm saying that my lousy, cheating husband is the father of both of you.
I won't accept that.
That cannot be true.
Well, would it be so bad? What is so wrong with Torkel? Huh? Tell me that. I split skulls. I raided Saxland. I am a hero.
But
you are not a hero. You're a braggart.
I am a hero, Refna. I did things. You are just ungrateful. You have always been ungrateful. You do not appreciate my greatness.
I think you're focusing on the wrong thing here. So, but Gorm. What does that mean?
You're grown men now. You can figure these things out. Just think twice before you swing an axe against your own brother.
Brother. I look at Gunnar with disgust.
So...
I think Torkel will storm out. Look at what you did, Revna. Look at what you did. Always inciting things. And then I just sort of rush out the front door.
Well, there goes all I've been waiting for my afternoon. Now, is it going to be safe to leave the two of you youngsters around here?
I'm not
Or are you
sure
going to be at each other's throats again?
I'm not sure what kind of games you're playing, Refna, but this cannot be true. I'm about to be the owner of Midvik. You're just trying this to put me off.
No. The lawman isn't here. The lawman doesn't need to hear. The two of you are the ones who need to know. But by all means, disregard me if you will. Go plant an axe in your brother's head if that's what you really care about. I begin to leave.
I need to think about this. I follow her out and go separately.
Gunnar?
Yeah?
What are you going to do?
I don't know. His father killed my father. I still want revenge. It doesn't matter if Torkel is our dad. Steinar is my father.
That is true as well.
This doesn't change anything at all.
Does it not change anything? Nothing?
No.
Everything's the same?
Yeah, everything is the same. I just leave. I'm not saying another word.
That's where the scene ends. We have reached peak drama.
So where's the evil twin?
Oh,
We'll get there. We've got another act at least to go.
it's Bodil.
Revna and Bodil, evil twins. Oh gosh. At least it wasn't a full-on "I am your father." It's like, no, I am totally not your father, and not your father, and not your father. No, what are you accusing me of? Stop it, wife.
It feels like Torkel is getting more and more pathetic every time he's in a scene.
Oh yeah. Like, I can easily tell you the least manly man in the room was Torkel.
Yes.
He just stormed away from his wife and was mewling like a child the entire time.
So how's
He's
the game of
definitely
winning going, Moa?
Yeah. But I think we all knew that this is where it was going also. That I would be the most competitive and I would also be the one that lost.
Do any of you want to change looking up and looking down upon?
I need to get me some of those.
You need to set them. Yeah.
I need to set them.
Set them to the ones that were in the scene.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gorm, I'm looking down on Gorm.
Well, I'm looking down at Torkel. That's definitely.
And what about Gunnar? Do you look up to or look down on Gunnar?
I guess I still look down on him.
So let's see. It was Torkel. Review on Torkel. No, I can't look up to him.
Not after that.
No.
We don't want you as our father.
I get that. That seems reasonable.
Yes.
Okay.
Was that our first scene?
Yeah.
Did we start with my scene or with Torkel's scene? Did we start with Torkel's scene? Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
so
that the first act?
So, this is the first act.
So then we're going to go through the act structure. So first we look at the board and we say who has the most honor. That is Arni. Arni has the most honor with 5. Then we're going to start with the player to the left of Arni. And that player is going to read aloud, who do you look up to?
Is the person to the left, is that Gorm or is that Torkel?
That is Gorm, clockwise.
Okay.
Clockwise, okay.
If we're sitting around the table, it would be clockwise. So
Yeah.
it's Gorm.
Oh, yeah. Okay. As for now, I look down upon Torkel.
Only who you look up to. Only who you look up to. If you don't look up to anyone, you don't.
Don't really look down. I don't look up to anyone that's alive.
That's so sad. Who do you look up to that's dead? I want to hear.
That's my dead father, Harald.
You look up to Harald. Yeah.
Yes.
I get that. If you had looked up to Arni, you would have gained 1 honor.
Mm-hmm.
So now we go over to Gunnar. Do you look up to anyone?
No.
Not even Steinar. You don't look up to anyone.
No.
You also
Nothing
cannot
more.
gain honor. Then we go to Torkel. Who do you look up to?
Well, I still look up to Arni.
You gain 1 honor for that. And then we go to me, the person with the most honor. I read aloud who I look down upon.
But oh wait, Moa, you also look up to Gorm and Hogni.
Oh, yeah.
Is
I
that,
do.
do we get honors as well?
Nope.
Only the one that has the most.
Torkel got honor because Torkel looked up to Arni. And now we're going to look at who does Arni look down upon. And I can say it's Torkel and Steinar. So Torkel, because I look down on you, you lose 1 honor.
Oh.
Everyone I look down upon loses 1 honor because I'm sitting at the top.
But did I gain 1 honor for Gorm as well? No? Or did I just like gain 1 honor for looking at someone?
You gain 1 honor for looking up to the one with the most honor.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Right.
So if you look up to the one with the most honor, you get a little bit of something.
Yeah.
That was what happens at the end of the act. And now we go back to now it's Torkel's turn. We are in the second act. Congratulations.
Yes. So my intention with the scene is to get my wife to accept that I need to pay basically all the last of my riches from the last Viking raid to Arnie to pay for the horse that I lost. So let's see what we have there. So that's my intention. I need to convince Refna that this is what we need to do for our family. We need to pay the last of our savings, which is not a lot, but there it is. And we are at Hognis farmstead. I think we are outside, like I'm following her around somewhere outside, but we're at Hognis farmstead.
Mhm.
And this is I think I want to say like just before Gorm and like the day before Gorm and Gunnar came by.
So here's the thing. There's one thing I've mentioned that I haven't mentioned about this game, and that is you can't actually do something that happens before previous
All right, okay.
scenes.
So then
the
I
only
guess
reason for that is if Gorm appears, Gorm's honor changed last scene.
yeah.
Or which honor is Gorm going to have in the scene that happened before Gorm got the honor? That would be weird. So in order to not have to deal with that, each scene needs to follow some point after the previous one.
Okay, so then it's like I guess like a week after. So it's not like it's not a huge time skip, but enough time has passed so that we're not maybe still obsessing over the fathering a lot of children thing.
I mean, Refna's used to it.
Yeah. So the people in the scene is I need to have a man in the scene, right?
You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't
Your
have to.
character needs to be there, but it could just be your character and Refna.
Yeah.
Or
okay.
your character and, I don't know, Bodil.
I kind of feel like it would be nice if Hognis sort of like was in the scene, but maybe not at the beginning. But I'm just going to put that out there. If anybody want to jump in with Hogni, I would be fine with that. But I want to start out with Refna. And I think that Refna will be played by Christopher.
Yes, I found the unmute button. Finally. So what did we say? We were at the farmstead and we were out walking?
Yeah, or outside somewhere.
Yeah. So I'm just walking around and watching, looking around, taking a walk, cooling down, taking a stroll.
And I walk up to you, sort of like with dread written all over my body, like dragging my step and sort of There's nothing more intimidating than Refna.
Yes, husband.
Refna, we need to talk about this.
What is it now?
I need to pay the money to Arnie. I looked a fool at the feast.
You did, dear husband, you did.
We must regain our honor. We simply must pay him this money.
But that is giving
Torkel looks pathetic as he says this.
But that is giving up. You have to toughen up.
But Arnie is an influential man. What do you want me to do about it?
You will look weak if you do this. You have to regain his respect in other ways.
How can I regain his respect in other ways? I lost his horse. Must I not pay my debts? Is that not honorable? Can't you see that, wife?
No, you need to find another way to make him respect you. Just paying off the debt, it's not enough.
You just
will
want
look down on you. You will think you won't have the power or the imagination to come up with something else than just money.
You just want me to fight him so I'll die. Admit it.
No, dear husband.
Hogni walks on over. Oh, there you are, Torkel. Refna.
Please, Hogni, you must talk sense to her. I must pay my debts to Arnie.
You should pay your debts.
She won't let me use the money I got from the last raid to Saxland.
Because we need those money ourselves.
Well, I can always go raiding again. Saxland will be there.
And then you will be gone for who knows how long, and
Well, if I die, I'll be gone forever. But that is what you want, isn't
but
it?
then I can remarry you, at least.
See,
Well,
see,
by
Hogni.
the law, you don't have to pay back unless Arnie is pressing the matter, and he has not. But it would be an honorable thing to do to pay your debts.
Or stand up for yourself for once and just say it wasn't your fault. And if he has a problem with that, then he can take the first step.
I tried to stand up. I tried to say that it wasn't my fault. It's not my fault that the gods hate Torkel.
If you have, I mean, I am the lawman and I'm staring right here, and you're saying you have this debt that you don't want to recognize. You can bring it before my court,
See,
but you need to be able to back up your words.
Well, I mean, the nature of the gods must surely be evidence enough, must it not, Hogni?
Oh, absolutely. But are your words the same thing as the nature of the gods?
Is it not?
Find some way
to gone. It's not my fault.
Torkel, find some way to prove to me that this was the wrath of the gods.
It cannot be that hard.
And I will listen.
I
will
believe
give
you,
you a
husband.
fair hearing.
But do not take our money and pay for your mistakes.
I feel like this is a discussion that's maybe better left up to the two of you. Just remember, blood money is expensive as well. And then he leaves.
So, do you have a plan now?
I suppose I must find proof that the gods intervened.
Good. Do that. Are we done here?
Yes, Refna. Torkel hangs his head and sort of like looms back to the house.
Yeah.
I believe that's the end of the scene, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Torkil, do you look up to or look down on Hogni?
I look up to Hogni because Hogni knows the law.
Yeah. Reasonable. And yeah,
The least.
out of Hogni and Torkil, he was the least manly. Mhm.
Well, sorry, Moa. It's happening again.
It's very reasonable.
That means it's my scene. And I did a very poor showing of explaining what actually happened. To Torkil. No, wait, that was to Harald.
That was
yeah. My problems are not fully gone because Helga heard.
Oh yeah.
Oh God. Oh, Arnie, you sly evil man. I have a bit of a plan. So and that way get Helga to maybe be quiet.
I
Okay,
think
so I
I
missed
dropped out.
everything of that.
Yeah,
I
and
heard
also-
Amos say so, and
And then I'm gone.
then we
So-
disconnected.
So this is a bit of a long shot. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna talk to Helga.
Hmm?
And I'm gonna try to get her to not talk about a certain thing in the past that I still have legal problems with that Hogni cannot find out about. Hint, hint. And use the fact that I could maybe make Gorm be angry enough to do something stupid as leverage. So that is my plan. That is the intention. It is happening at Midvik. It is happening a few days after this conversation between Revna and Torkil. And Gorm is played by Anna.
Gorm is like he is drying up fish and he's preparing food for the winter, like putting stuff in. He's putting all of the stuff in storage.
Yeah. Helga is played by Moa.
I am. I think I'm sitting down doing some sort of chore outside, like maybe cleaning mushrooms or something like that.
Mm.
So I have a basket in front of me, like just sitting out in front of the house.
Oh, I think it's going to be more fun. Is Bodil is there, played by Christopher.
Yes. Bodil, I think, is helping Helga, but isn't really doing much work. She mostly talks and gossip.
Arnie walks on over to Helga. So, could I have a word with you?
Father, if you can, I can be there as well.
But otherwise, I think Gorm had a lot to do.
But Father,
Maybe he could use some help.
Right, Father. I stand up and walk away to Gorm.
Yeah, he has stopped and is looking at the scene and is a bit confused. He's put down his tools and having a watchful eye over Helga and Arnie. But when he sees Bodil coming up to him, he focuses on her instead.
So, Helga, how much do you remember of the party I held? The feast?
You mean where my husband died?
Mm-hmm.
I have a pretty clear remembrance.
Yeah, I can imagine. I'm very sorry about all of that.
What are you going to do? Men will be men. I manage. I have Gorm who helps me. He is very strong and able. We have truly been blessed by the gods.
You remember what Harald and I talked about before?
I've
The
tried
fight.
to forget.
Do you think anyone else heard?
I should hope not. Do you have your suspicions? She looks up at you quite sly. You know, she's really perfected this whole looking through battered eyelashes.
I'm hoping no one else heard. And I'm also saying that you should maybe keep your eyes out just in case.
And what is in it for me, Arnie? I am a widow now. I must look out for myself.
Oh, I know the role. I've been through not exactly what you've been through, but I've been through similar, and you know it.
So what do you
It's
propose,
simple.
Arnie?
You have your son. You know how easily riled up men are in that age. This whole stay there and Halder nonsense. Sure, I don't think Gunnar is a threat to him, but who's going to be next? Bjorn? And who's it going to be after that?
Yes, he is quite hot-tempered, as a young man should be.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that if you tell the lawman that I'm still in debt over it and I'm still in trouble with the law over this thing, I'm probably going to have a few chats with Gorm about what it really means to be a man.
What were you talking about me? I heard my name. Gorm is coming over. He has picked up a big basket of mushrooms and is about to give them to Helga for more rinsing.
Oh, nothing, Gorm. I put my hand on your arm very, lovingly, and shoots off a bright smile. Arnie here was just telling us how he's extending
How
his
lucky
personality.
she is to have such a strong son as you to pick up after your father.
Bodil's
You're
coming
not standing in, man.
over as well. And she stands close to Gorm, and her
Yes.
hand is touching his just a little bit.
I also just gave Gorm a praise in front of other people.
Ooh.
Oh, right, that's a movie.
Right.
You gain honor from that.
Oh, nice.
From the pool. I'll move it over to you. I look over at Bodil. I see Gorm hand on Bodil's arm. I say nothing. I look back over at Helga. I raise an eyebrow.
I think, I returned the look, and that would be one way to solve it.
I think we end the scene there.
Nice.
So, who was the least manly in this entire charade, me or Gorm?
That's hard.
Do we have to vote on it, or
The two of you have to have a unanimous decision.
Okay.
If you do not, no one loses honor. But you should try to get one.
Yeah, I think that Arne has the problem of scheming, which is a women's activity. So I think Gorm, which is strong and handsome, is more manly.
Yeah. On the other hand, Arnie got what he wanted, I guess. But yeah, through scheming, I don't know really how you're supposed to think about these things.
It's up to you. You decide what you want to value based on what the game has been telling you.
I see it through Bodil's eyes.
Yeah. I mean, I can easily see how Bodil sees Gorm as more manly than Arne.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sort of feels like, Arnie is scheming, and if it feels like he's sort of the same as Helga, so I think that Helga would probably relate more to Arnie and think that, I don't think she would think it as unmanly. She would probably just think that he got his way.
But you have to pick one of the two who's the least manly, that you think is the least manly.
Well, I can't really pick my son, so
Yeah, I lose one.
I think my son is pretty great. So Arnie then.
I lose one. That's the thing. You always have to pick one. That was my scene. And I think it's about time for a break, right?
Yeah.
Am I correct this time? Good.
Yeah, so 5 minutes.
Yes. Hello.
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 There we all are.
Yay.
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking, time-wise,
Yeah.
we have 2 more scenes, and then we complete an act. But we do need time for a debrief.
Yeah, so should we
Because the
end
debrief is very
after...
important.
Yeah. I think it could be good to like just quit these 2 scenes unless Torkel have something unsold.
It feels like we could end Torkel's arc off play.
Yeah.
Sort of like do the fiasco after scene.
Yeah.
Where he goes on sunset all depressed. I think we all know that it won't end well for Torkel anyway.
He might still die. We have 2 scenes left.
Yeah. I'm thinking we'll try to do those kind of quickly. Ideally, you should have at least half an hour for the debrief.
Yeah.
And if you want, some can like wrap up at the end after the debrief, that will also take some extra time. So try to do quicker scenes and try to finish up as many story arcs as possible. But I think there's a lot that can be done with Gorm and Gunnar right now.
Yeah. So it's Gorm's turn, right?
Yes. And I have this idea that I want Gorm to... Okay, it's a bit of a long-term goal, but I want Arni to give the permission for Gorm to marry Bodil so that Gorm will have Arni's family on his side. If you understand.
Yeah.
So this is the scene. I need to find the word for it now. If I can find my mouse. My intention here is to become like combine our families, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And this is at Husavelir. It's probably also a couple of weeks after Bodil showed the interest for Gorm. And in this scene is Arni is in the scene. Played by Amos.
Arnie's sitting in the back and he's taking it easy because he's an old man and his back is hurting.
And Bodil is there as well, played by Christopher.
Yes.
What is Bodil doing?
Yeah, that one. Bodil is probably doing some perhaps fixing some clothes. So she's sitting and sewing.
And Gorm's knocks on the door to Arnie's house. He waits for a while and then he enters.
Gorm, come on
Gorm.
in.
Hi.
You're welcome in this house.
Gorm.
Hi, Gorm.
Hi, Bodil. I wrap my arm around her waist.
She
And
embraces you.
I look over to Arnie.
Both my eyebrows are raised.
Oh, come on, father.
You're in a bit of a hurry, I see.
Yes, I have been enchanted by your wonderful daughter.
Aw.
And
That is praising me.
Yeah, praising.
Yes. And I have come here to ask you, Arne, a very special question that I hope that you will grace me with. Arne, would you allow Bodil to take my hand so that we could join families?
Oh, Bodil, it doesn't look like I have to ask you much about what you think of this.
I would be so happy, Dad. It would. Oh, look at him. He's magnificent. I would be so happy.
He is a good match. But what are your plans about your feud with Gunnar? I'm worried about those. And I'm worried about having my daughter marry into a feud.
Well, if we join families, I don't think that, honestly, we would be the most powerful families in this area. And the feud with Gunnar could be an easy solve. They wouldn't dare to bother us.
I guess you are right. I could go have a talk to Gunnar at some point and explain to him that it really is better for him to settle.
Yes, I knew you were a reasonable man, Arne. And you would make me a very, very happy man. And you know that I would be a strong ally for you to have.
Indeed. Very well. You may have my daughter's hand in marriage.
It makes
But
me
I trust that you are not going to get yourself killed in a blood feud.
You know that I'm not an easy kill. It should be Gunnar that would worry.
Yeah, Gunnar should worry. I wonder if that man has fought another man in his life.
What did you say? Sorry?
I wonder if that man has ever fought another man in his life. Talking about Gunnar.
Yeah. No, so maybe we should just settle this and make sure that it doesn't bother us more.
I'll go tell him to settle the blood feud with the lawman. We'll gain the honor. And we won't have to deal with it.
Oh, this makes me so happy.
Oh, I'm glad. Now then.
Yeah. Let's cheer for this. And I think that is where we end this scene.
I just realized the Bodil has slept with Gorm's father.
Yep.
Yep.
Moa, you are muted.
I think this is the movie Torkel is father to all the children.
Pretty much. Yeah. I feel like we can solve a lot with the next scene with Gunnar here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but first we have the end of scene procedure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who was the least manly? Arnie or Gorm?
I would say Arni this time because Gorm knew what he wanted and he really stood up for it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
And
Gunnar.
I look up to Arnie. So I changed, or I've gotten a relationship to him.
Yeah. I already picked look up to Gorm, I believe,
Yeah.
from the previous scene. So that is what I set it to.
Okay, are we done with the end of
Yes.
scene? Yes. So Gunnar, the honorless.
You know what the honorless man's last resort is.
Yeah.
He will try to kill Gorm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only thing he can do. But he is weak and feeble and worthless. So I wonder if he has paid someone to be his backup, perhaps.
I just want to put it out there that Torkel has problems with the law. And the only skill he has is skull splitting.
Yeah, perhaps I could,
Yeah,
could
I
give
just
Torkel a holler. Yeah, but
Yeah.
sure. So I go to Midvik, where I will try to settle it with Gorm once for all. Do you want to say something, Amos?
Oh,
I was just going to suggest that the thing they seem to be doing, that we could go to directly to the scene where you have already asked Torkel to come with you.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was my plan.
But it seems
Yes.
what you're already doing.
Yeah. So the scene will take place at Midvik. I have my intention is to kill Gorm and settle the blood feud once and for all. And I will take my father with me.
He's trying to get out of stealing a horse.
And ask him to kill his own son.
Yeah.
So,
I'm sorry.
so what?
Small island communities. What can I say?
So what is Gorm doing? It will be played by Anna.
Yes. When was this?
This is like a couple of days after you asked for Bodil's hand.
Okay. Gorm is outside pacing. He is notably irritated because they are. Helga is. Yeah, he's notably irritated. Pacing back and forth outside of his home.
Hmm? And I need a woman in the scene. I wonder if Helga or Bodil is best here.
That is the question.
I do think that we will go with Bodil, and I think that Amos will play her.
Bodil is trying to show Garm how strong she is.
Oh, the two strong backs together.
Yes.
Exactly. She's out chopping wood.
She's strong by any man. Is stronger than Gorm
She's
as
stronger
well?
than Gorm. Oh, that could be why he is irritated, because she has managed to do something physically rougher than her. That she is the one out there chopping wood.
And Moa, you will be playing Torkel.
Yeah, and I'm walking beside you with grim steps. This is the road that the gods have put me on. I can't back down now.
And we enter Midvik and watch out over it. And I shout, Gorm! Gorm! We have to talk with you. We have to settle this once for all.
Gunnar, how dare you put your foot on these grounds?
We have something we have to settle.
Yes, and we will settle it with the lawman.
We will not.
Or we can settle it right here, I say, waving my axe around.
You brought your father along. Really good, Gunnar?
Oh, yeah.
What shall I do?
I guess he wouldn't be strong enough to fight himself. Just look at him.
That's
definitely an insult.
yes,
That is an insult.
It's so true that I don't think it's. Let's see. I have 1 honor, so I can escalate 1 time.
Yeah.
And then you can go for this. So you can escalate 1 time, and then you can go for the blow.
Yeah, I won't stand for this anymore. Torkel, get him.
That is a failed escalation.
Is that a failed escalation?
You're sending someone else.
Okay.
I don't think that's escalation enough. You lose your honor to
Gorm. Oh.
I just laugh at him.
Bodil stands in the way of Torkel, just staring at him, just big and brawny.
She is holding her axe like in a steady grip.
Can I use my honor in the scene, or how does it work when you're like 3 player characters?
So you can do anything you would do otherwise.
Yeah.
You just don't get to decide when the scene ends.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
So it's exactly like you were playing your character normally, but you don't get to decide when the scene ends.
All right.
So you can do all of the normal moves. You can just walk up and punch someone if you want. You can just insult people until they punch you.
Is this how you fight your battles, Gorm? You let your woman fight them for you?
I snatch the axe out of Bodil's arms. Get back, woman. You know that this is my fight, but my fight aren't with you, Torkel. My fight is with Gunnar. And he is weak enough, or he's not even man enough to get this fight himself. So come here, Gunnar, and we can settle this right now.
Oh, no. No. Torkel, do what you've been paid for.
Oh, so your son is paying you to kill your other son. What an honorable man you are, Torkel.
I'm having so much trouble justifying this. Like, how do I even... How did I end up here? Oh my god. I think that... oh my god. Enough talk! Now we fight! I think I'm just gonna rationalize this by attacking.
Don't think, just smash.
Split some skulls.
Yeah, I'm gonna... I attack Gorm.
That is an escalation.
Yeah.
It's an escalation under the blue.
So do you put...
1 honor into... Not onto the feud thing. I'll move the feud out of the way for the moment. Oh, someone else's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, that was me. It's just my mouse being a little annoying.
Yeah.
I moved the feud out of the way. So there we go. An escalation has been made.
Well, if that is how you wanted, Torkel, if you want to die, then at least this is the most honorable way you could ever have done this. You don't really deserve it, so I definitely engage.
Yep. You fight back.
I fight back. raise my axe and I fight back against
No,
him.
you raise my axe.
No, it's my axe. It's because you were better at chopping wood with it. Doesn't mean you're better at chopping heads with it.
Ironically, I think that Torkel feels right at home. I mean, this is what he does.
Yeah.
This is the only thing that's ever made sense to him. And all this like trying to maneuver this more like sophisticated law and debt thing, it's not his thing. Violence is his thing. So despite the the context and the situation, I think he's sort of like, yeah.
I think that this is the best place for Torkel right now.
Yeah.
In a weird way, in this game. But yes, I fight back.
Yeah. So what does Torkel do?
Do
you escalate? Do you yield? Do you kill?
I think that maybe we fight for a while and then sort of like when we break apart, I realize what I'm about to do. And I realize that I've rationalized everything up to this point. That I convinced myself that I had to do this, sort of like a slippery slope kind of thing, that I needed to get out of this debt so much that I just sort of like went along. But then when I see you standing there, my beautiful, strong son, who is everything that a man would be proud of in life, I sort of realize what I'm doing. And I just drop my axe and realize what a terrible, terrible mistake I've made, and how the gods must be looking down on Torkel with pity. And I yield.
But Torkel, what are you doing?
I cannot do this. I am sorry. Forgive me, gods. I sort of like look up to the sky, and then I drop to my knees, and what have I done? What have I done?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
And then I bury my face in my hands, utterly ashamed. What a man! What a terrible shadow of a man I've become. Torkel, the great skull splitter. What a joke!
The two of you should be utterly ashamed of yourselves. And you should go back from whence you came. And you, Gunnar, just go to the lawman and offer reconciliation money. And we can be done with this feud. It is your responsibility, and you know it.
I press my lips into a thin line. This will not be the end of this. This will not be the end of this.
I've heard enough of you, and she leaves.
And we end.
Does anyone follow?
Yes.
Yeah. No.
No.
I don't.
Scene just ends.
Yeah. What an ending.
What an ending.
Yeah. The honor goes to Gorm.
Damn you, Gorm.
We will do one last end of scene procedure. The least manly man was Torkel.
You were even, yeah. Man. Okay.
I'm not the worst.
You can change looking up to looking down right now. I don't think much will change. Maybe Torkel will change something.
No, I don't think so.
I'm looking down on everyone.
Yep. Then we go through the act thingamaboob. Gorm has by far the most honor. So let's start with Gunnar and read who do you look up to?
No
If
one.
you look up to it. You don't look up to anyone.
No.
No one. No, you hate everyone.
Yeah, I am at the
Torkel,
top
who
of
do you
the
look up
chain.
to?
I look up to Gorm, my strong and beautiful son, who's
You
everything
gain one honor
that
from
I
that.
ought to be.
You gain one honor from that.
You are weak, Torkel.
He has more honor than you. I look up to Harald, who's dead, and Gorm. So Arnie gets one honor. And then we go to Gorm. Who do you look down on?
I look down on Torkel and Gunnar.
Torkel loses the honor, after all.
Leveling the playing field.
And that is as much Blood Feud as we complete tonight.
Yay.
So thank you all very much for playing, and let's have a little bit of a debrief.
Yeah, thank you.
You,
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to play with you, absolutely.
you too.
This is
So,
hard.
but we do have to have a little bit of debrief because it is a very important part. And it's gonna start very, very simply. We're gonna take turns answering a very simple question, which is, what was your favorite moment? What was your favorite moment of the game? Doesn't have to be the perfect one. It could just be whatever appears in your head. And I don't know. We can start with maybe Gunnar. Sorry, your real name. Maybe Christopher.
Christopher, yeah. I think it was when the realization hit that everything is connected in blood. It was a bit too funny, perhaps, but I think it was also very memorable just to see how everything in the end connected. So that was probably my favorite part. To see how intrigued it became at the end.
Yeah, really. Like, it really did get turned into this blob. I'm thinking, Moa, do you want to give us your thoughts?
Yeah. I really like that it sort of like became a snowball effect for Torkel. It started out so innocently with losing a horse, and it just like went downhill. So it was just like a very small thing that sort of defined him in the end. And that sort of, obviously he was a fool, and yeah, a lot of other things. And when it comes to like a specific moment scene, I think I really liked the part where the revelation that he was the father of Gunnar and Gorm, and he wanted to acknowledge Gorm, but he didn't want to acknowledge Gunnar because Gunnar is feeble, which sort of like plays into this whole narcissistic thing that Torkel's got going on. So that was it for me.
I think my favorite part was probably when I got to be a giant schemer as Arnie. Because I so rarely get to be a schemer in this game. It almost never happens. That's not how you normally solve problems. And I like got to actually do that. It's just like, it is a very like simple, basic answer. It was fun to pull the strings. Just pure fun. And yeah. So Anna, what was your favorite part?
Well, the most intriguing part for me was that, like, this small thing, Harald wanted to take revenge on Steinar for something that probably didn't really matter. And he started it by flirting a little bit with Steinar's wife, and then it became this whole blood feud that Like it's really, really snowballed into something extremely big, really fast. So that's very interesting. My favorite scene, I really liked the part where like Bodil, like Gorm with Bodil fighting the other two, because I think that Gorm and Bodil's dynamic was very interesting and fun, and it was nice to play someone physically powerful because I don't tend to do that. So it was interesting to actually win fights for once. I often play to lose more.
Yeah. I get that. That sounds really nice.
Yeah.
So the next part is we have 4 questions that we're going to discuss more openly as a group. So I'm going to ask more directly to the group. What surprised you the most about either the role of men or about the role of women in this game? And how did it surprise you, and why was that surprising?
In a way, it was surprising that women played such a big part of it. They actually did have a lot of power to really affect the men in a way that I haven't really thought about before. Because they have this, they are outside of the move scheme and the honor scheme. They can really do and say stuff that men wouldn't, and really change the whole battlefield in a way. So that surprised me a bit because I've often thought of women as victims more.
For me, I think it was the fact that how important honor is, that if you don't have any honor, then you can't do anything, and how well that plays into how it is. That if you don't have any power, then it's hard to actually get power. So when you are honorless, then it's more or less impossible to start getting honor, and how that was simulated in the game. I think that was really interesting.
You look like you're deep in thought, Moa.
Yeah. I think that probably like the thing that struck me the most was how when you were the initiator of a scene, you sort of, it felt like you had more on the line, and that if you were the one that initiated stuff, then you could lose quite quickly and quite a lot in a way that I didn't get the feeling that, like, if you were the one responding, that you did, sort of. So I think that's
I get that. It's kind of like this whole, you're putting yourself out there by being the one to take the initiative, even though you have to. Even though they're not really putting themselves out there, they're not like showing their emotions a lot.
So I think that was probably like the thing that struck me the most. Like you know, it could turn quickly, and as Christopher said, once things have started to go sour, you didn't really have like a lot of options. That you sort of like had a Hail Mary. Sort of.
Yeah. So, I mean, we had a game where this next question feels like the first part of it is kind of like a little obvious. Like the game is about toxic masculinity. Did we see toxic masculinity?
Yes.
Yeah. No surprise there. So I think the interesting part of this question here, what do you think was going through the back of their mind? What do you think was going through their head as they were doing all of this? What were the men thinking? Honestly, actually.
I think for Torka's part, it was a lot of rationalization. Like, I have to do this because I have to do that. And in order to do that, I have to do this. and sort of like imagining a more narrow way than was actually the reality of it.
Yeah. I got this, I really much got the sense that many of these characters were very desperate. All of them, almost. Like even Arnie. Arnie was desperate up until the solution appeared at the end, where it's like, wait a minute, marriage solves the problem, right? Up until that moment, Arnie was desperate. It's like it was getting worse and worse every time.
Yeah, I think that for Gunnar, he just didn't know. His whole reality was just pulled from under his feet. So he didn't know what to do about it or how to react. So he just overreacted. And since my character died before his first scene,
Yep, that happens in the game.
It was interesting to just have to create a new one like that and then try to get into his psyche and try to figure out how he works. So I think his confusion was a bit my confusion because he didn't know what was going on and I didn't know what was going on.
And for me, like Gorm and Harald were so completely different characters. And Harald was definitely more like Torkel in his personality and definitely more like desperate in just, okay, I have it, as Moa talked about, like I have to do this narrow thing to be able to regain something because I'm like pulling for straws right now. And whilst Gorm, he had this reputation from the beginning of being the strong, so he felt like he kind of had to be that. He could not be weak, and he could not let anyone think that he was weak. So he had to do everything to be the strongest person here. And what's like strong in his sense might not be what I would call strong, but in this kind of world, like powerful. He had to do everything he could to get power. Pretty much.
Yeah. It really feels like both Gorm and Gunnar could really be found in one of the sagas.
Yeah.
Like it feels like such a
I'll take that as a compliment as designers sitting over here. Yep. That was our inspiration. Thank you. I think this was this was a session that really highlighted much of what I feel we were expecting people to bring to this game when we were designing it through a large part of it. We expected to explore men who are acting this way because they believe they have to.
I had a point also, like when it comes to, I think that the main difference between why Torkel sort of became pathetic while Gorm did not was that Torkel, he didn't own land. So like from the very beginning, he was positioned as this sort of, I don't know, failure.
Yeah.
You know, he's living under another person's roof, and what does he really bring to the table? So I think that even if I sort of made him as this, ultimate warrior, the skulls splitter, just by removing that fact in the beginning, turned him pathetic.
Yeah, because it is the landowners that has the honor still.
Yeah. I felt the same with the Gunnar and whatever the first character was named. Yeah. That when I was about to go confront Gorm, it was like, who do I bring? I don't have any people. I'm alone. And I think that is because I didn't own land. So that, it's a great point.
And for me, it was really important that Gorm took over the land, because if something would have happened before he actually got the stamp that he was the new landowner, it would have changed the dynamic, I think. Even though he still has the right for the land, but just to be that person, it gives him so much more confidence and power in itself. So it's definitely a matter of class.
Oh, yeah. There's a big difference here. It's also this whole, are you the Lord or not? Like, it is the similar kind of question. And that is also in a lot of tacos, that is one of the signs of manliness. That's why giving gifts is seen as something manly, because you are showing that you are a bit like a lord. You have the wealth to spare. You probably have your own farm. You're probably the one who owns the farm that others work on. That's why you can give these gifts. But let's talk a little bit about the next set of questions. So we talked a lot about what it was back then, but let's tie it back to kind of our world today. What parallels do we see between the way these men were supposed to be in this world and the way we feel that men are supposed to be in our world? Are there parallels? Is everything the same? Is everything different? Is it something we recognize? Something we feel like, no, this was different? Like this class thing we talked about, how much of that is around in our world?
Honestly, I'm not, since I'm not a man, a cis man living in this world, I feel like this is kind of the same problem that I've had with playing other stuff that I'm not. This is my interpretation of how it is to be a person with toxic masculinity, but I have no idea how it actually is and how they actually think in this, both now and historically. So there are definitely parallels that I can see from pop cultures and from the news, but I'm not sure how close that is to actual reality of a man.
Yeah,
very fair.
It feels like it definitely highlights. I feel like it was hard not to fall into sort of like stereotypes.
Yeah.
That sort of like highlighted what I thought about it. So like Torkel, for example, like he feels like he on paper was the picture of manliness, but like was he really? But I mean that's just more about what I think is the stereotypical masculinity than maybe like what really is. And also like Helga, I thought it was really hard not to sort of like fall into this stereotype that I have in my head of like how women would be at that time. That I think it would probably reflect more my knowledge of Game of Thrones than anything real. It's so hard. Like it feels like it highlights parts of yourself.
I can absolutely see some parallels between this Viking world and our world, especially when it comes to this, that it's not okay for a man to back down when you are insulted. Then you are a wuss or a pussy in some areas, especially where this manly man stereotype exists. Since I don't live in that kind of culture, I can't really recognize myself in this. I would probably be a very low honor male if we applied this to our world, but I would also be okay with that. And I think that is the key question here. The men in Blood Feud are not okay with having low honor. It's not an option. But if we're living in a world where that is an option and where that is okay, then it's different.
I think actually you bring up a very interesting point, because I've seen what happens to this game if it's played with a bunch of players who do not try to gain honor. Like I've played with one of the early playtests. We had a group, and no one wanted to have honor because no one wanted to be mean, and they just couldn't make themselves be mean. And we had to abort the game because someone was actually crying because they almost were mean. And it's like they were not fighting because they didn't value honor at all.
But I'm not sure if you have to be mean to get honor.
You
in
don't.
a way. Yes. And I think you could play this game in a way to gain honor without being mean or violent, but it's not as easy, or as it's not as commonly shown, I think.
Give gifts and compliments to everyone.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely have put a lot more pressure on the bromance.
Yeah.
We just killed
that has complications as well. We didn't get to show those, but who you have sex with doesn't, and who looks up to and who looks down on whom does affect how you gain honor. So there's mechanics involving that also affects like another level of like if you want to explore more about how toxic masculinity intersects with sexuality, then you want some men shagging in the woods.
Have you played this game with someone who actually live in an honor culture?
I would actually say that we are living in an honor culture.
Okay.
Personally, much of this behavior is in fact taken from teenagers on the street, because teenagers are very obvious and blunt. And something that in our case very often happens is we're very good at making honor be much more subtle. Being honorable is not about being violent in our culture. Being honor is about being knowledgeable in our culture.
True.
You have to be correct, which is why one of the common ways you'll see sexism, there are many ways, but one of the common ones is you don't allow women to speak. You never allow a woman to tell you that they are more correct than you are. It's very similar structures, and it's also you never allow someone to correct you in front of others.
Yeah, that's true.
Those are behaviors that are still this escalating behavior, but it's implied in a different domain.
Well, actually,
I mean, you could really talk about the whole internet bubble culture and all of this polarization. I need to be right, arguing on the internet part as a way to keep your own honor.
Yeah, we should play Blood Feud as a hack where it takes place on a forum.
I think
we have been go ahead.
Talking about that, not being corrected and stuff like that. I think it makes the scene with Torkel and Refna and Hogni quite interesting. It's like Refna was basically calling the shots, and Hogni did not, interject in any way. He was also fine with Refna calling the shots because Torkel is useless.
And it was the same when that Bodil actually stood up a bit in the fight with Torkel and Gorm. It was okay until someone else talked down about it.
Yeah, exactly. Once you tie it to no, you have to send your woman to fight for you, then it's affecting his honor, then it's not okay.
Yeah.
He needs to defend it. Yeah. So I think we're almost out of time, but I have one last question that I want to ask all of you before the debrief is formally concluded. And that is, what do you think you will take away from this experience, or what do you want to take away from this experience? And what would you like to leave behind?
That is hard.
For me, it's actually one of the things that you talked about here after, that we are actually living in an honor culture, because I haven't really thought about the knowledge honor that we have now. So that is something that I'm gonna reflect a bit on. That honor doesn't only have to be about violence or the thing we see in media about what honor culture is.
Yeah.
Does it have to be like a I don't know. My brain is so fried right now. Does it have to be like a deep thought, or could it be like just a mechanic one? Because
you don't have to be profound. You do not have to be profound. It's late in the evening. Don't worry.
My brain is not up to the task of being profound right now. But I really like the mechanic of sort of like forcing the player to feel like the best defense is a good offense. Sort of.
Yeah.
So I like that. I think that's probably like what I'm thinking about most right now. Even if it may be boring, but yeah, I like that mechanic.
For me, I think it's this concept that honor is different in different cultures or subcultures, but there is always honor. And the same mechanics is applicable everywhere, even though the metric that counts is different. So it's close to what Anna said.
It's interesting to reflect about what's honor in our group. Or in my social circles, what is honor here? Because there is obviously something that gives you more social power. Something that makes people appreciate you. So that's something interesting to reflect upon.
Yeah, I'm going to end with something I learned about my game today was just how deeply rooted the class structure of the Viking Age actually is in the game, without us having put it in explicitly. Like, we didn't try to put it in. It's one of the traits. You can own land. That's manly. It's clear. It's manly in the books. That's one of the things they brag about. But it does create, by the fact that we all know that you own land, it creates a social structure where you gain power over other people because of it.
It's almost like that should be worth 2 dots.
Yeah. But I mean, it does in the end, right?
Yeah.
And that really is something I'll take from this discussion.
Because, have you had players played that they own land before? And have you had this class structure before?
It tends to appear, more or less. I haven't thought about it in terms of class before, and that is new to me. And that is it feels like an interesting axis on a problem. Because it also makes me think of, okay, what does class look like in terms of masculinity today? Yeah. And what does that indirectly look like?
That is, I think it's quite important for masculinity today as well.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Amos, for playing with us.
Yes, thank you.
I would love to play this game again, and I would love to play it in person and in Swedish. I think both to sit around the same table and get this other dynamic, and to play it in a language that we are a little better in, more good at.
Where we don't sound like Travis Fimmel.
Would really change how we talk, what we
Yeah.
say, how we describe things.
How comfortable you are, I imagine. It's like if I'm role-playing in Swedish, I'm going to have a hard time because I'm not used to it.
Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to playing this game more on under other
circumstances.
Yeah, that one.
Under different circumstances.
So
Not that English.
I'm going to take the opportunity to do one last plug of
Yeah, of
the fact that there is going to be a Kickstarter of this game very soon. It's going to be this February. So check out the Blackfisk Förlag, Blackfisk Publishing website, and you'll find all the information you need there.
Yeah, we will put links in the description, or the doobly-doo, and we will... you can download the playtest rules right now from blackfiskpublishing.com. So yeah,